Let's explore. That's some good shit. Yeah, I did kick Tarkus off the spire. That was fun. Verse was appalled by your orderly, honorable ways. ×3. God, no, not my orderly, honorable ways. Horrible. Oh, that's fun. Okay. Oh my. Right. I can buy this. Huh. Another fate binder. This is some cool shit. I have to take care of maintenance costs? Bruh. Oh, I did do that, yeah. Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay. None of these motherfuckers teach bow. What the fuck? One-handed weapons. Parry. Two-handed. Well, maybe unless they count bow as two-handed weapons, which I mean it's technically true, but not the skill name. Hmm. Bow is the name of the skill, yeah, I know. Which is why it's weird. I don't think there's a single one here that does it. You have more than one? You can. Figures. There you go. I just wasted a fuckload of money. Let's fucking go. Yay. What is this magic missile? What the fuck? Cool. Oh. Lore required 80. Fuck's sake, mate. Come on. Ah, that's good, that's good. Can still make it. Nice. Now it actually has some range it didn't have before. Interesting. Oh, that's too high. Oops. This already starts at 80 and we just don't have enough. It's a heal over time though, which is pretty cool. We'll get there. Eventually. Oh. Okay. That's how that works. I can at least give it more damage. Yeah, that's fine. This one's already maxed out. That's not a bad idea. But it requires control illusions, which I don't think anyone has. Oh, bitch, that's just the mirror image spell. Holy fuck. That's funny. That's a cool spell. Fucking 60. Holy shit. That is a disgusting spell. I approve. I approve. That's pretty cool. Bro, the fucking spell system in this game is insane. But the fact that it's tied to your lore skill basically makes your lore skill insanely useful, borderline required for every character, regardless of whether they're a fucking mage or not, because it's just so broken. Not sure that was a good idea on their part. Still cool though. The actual system itself for making spells is really nice though. Very interesting. What the fuck was that? Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, it is one-handed. Would you like this, sir? Hmm. Nah. Think we could. There are children outside. And they are screaming. And now they're crying. That was fast. Hmm. Oops. What did I just do? Oh, there it is. Plus 10 parry. It's an accessory. Guess it makes sense to give it to him. Oh, yeah. The children outside are yearning for the mines. I shouldn't be slouching forward. And I'm tired. And always will. Oh, yeah. I think I might have to close the window. One second, I'll be right back. I'm back. Even through triple glass fucking windows, I can still hear that spawn of Satan screeching at the top of its lungs. Holy fuck. Okay. Well.
At your service, Fatebinder.
Uh-huh.
What do you need? What did you have in mind?
Any reason you want to travel with me?
What? Did you have something in mind? It isn't that I'm not flattered, Fatebinder. I just don't think I'm your type.
I don't think you know what my type is, ma'am. I mean, given my track record, you'd think.
I don't have a gang anymore, and I wouldn't throw in my lot with any of the killers floating around the Scarlet Chorus ranks. The fact of the matter is you're doing important work, even if you stumble and flail along the way.
I did not stumble, and I most certainly did not flail.
If that puts me at odds with my Scarlet Chorus ties, so be it. I'm not such a camp follower that I don't look after my interests first. And I find you interesting.
Well, that's nice of you.
You've satisfied your curiosity, so let me satisfy mine. Why are you keeping a little scrap of a thing like me around?
Oh no! Oh no! Let's fucking go! This is, by the way, not fucking true. I don't like her character that much. But let's fucking go. I have feelings for you, Verse.
Is that so?
No, I'm joking.
I won't pretend that the idea hasn't crossed my mind.
And now I'm concerned.
Something more interesting than feelings in any case.
And I'm a little
A girl
concerned.
needs to release her tension somehow.
And now I'm just scared.
But we're in the middle of a war, And more often than not, sleeping an arm's length from some anthill or bane-haunted ruins. We'll probably be too blood crazy by the end of this to even think about that sort of thing. So put it out of your mind for now.
So you mean there's a chance? For now, yeah, exactly. So there's a chance. Yeah, no thank you. Now, if the tall, iron-armored lady would like to come back... but I don't think she likes me very much, unfortunately. Feels bad.
Go ahead, Fatebinder.
Bye.
What did you have?
Okay. Hey, Barak. Fatebinder. If you have a moment. I don't. There have been a You don't agree with the things I do? Great. Oh? Never have I truly questioned your judgment. I hope this pattern holds after you hear the requests I now make of you. Oh boy. If it's a hug you're looking for, I've got bad news. Yeah, I'm not hugging you. You stink. But tell me what's up. I hope that perhaps the adjudicator would hear my case. Huh? I can adjudicate cases in the Archon's stead. This is something you probably want to appeal to a higher power. I've been encased in this... shell. Since Kairos' Edict of Storms made a grave of old stalwart. Curtain serves to the Overlord. And I would ask that the Overlord free me of its burden. You wanna ask Kairos? To take off your armor. That's hilarious. Oh, you want to ask an evil god to help you. Which is in and of itself a bad idea and incredibly risky. And you're going to take this risk. All so you can take off your armor. I don't think Tunon can order Kairos to take your armor off, buddy. I have several daydreams that would take issue with your statement. Oh my god. Eb. Honey. Chill. I was gonna ask for the Overlord to do it personally. Well, that would have been funny though. Forge-bound guild, sword service to the adjudicator. If I have my freedom, so Scarface exists, it lies with them. I'll make your case to the Archon, sure. Thank you, Fatebinder. I eagerly await the Archon's judgment. Oh boy. Boy, oh boy.
And so, civil war divides the armies of mighty Kairos. The reckoning that comes of this failure will be great indeed. We find ourselves in the darkest times. Brothers and sisters who fought for a similar cause now skewer each other over blighted lands in the favor of distant powers.
Okay. What would you have done?
Backing the disfavored was the only logical choice. Graven Ash is the only Archon worthy of your confidence, and you are wise to recognize as much. Naturally, I would have done the same.
Then why were you bitching?
Whatever others might say about what happened in Vendrian's Well, you acted from instinct. I can't help but respect that.
I did not. I acted from reason. Okay. Maybe throwing someone off the ledge of the spire wasn't an act of logic. It was mostly an act of shits and giggles. But the rest of it was reason and logic, I promise. Most of it.
What can I do for you?
Okay. Let's talk to someone else now, because there's gonna be a lot of talking.
One moment, my friend. Just let me finish this thought.
Let's, talk, I guess.
Of course. How can I help? The spires predate us all. Of course. How can I help?
You're, taking a lot of notes, buddy.
All kinds of things. My mind is old. Memory's a sieve. Keeping track of you. Noting what I hear of the war. Scribbling down reminders to myself. That sort of thing.
Are you fucking spying on me?
Well, yes. If I'm worth my weight in tin as a craftsman of record, future generations will know of you. So yes, the Archon of Posterity sent me. You seem troubled by something that ought to be an honor.
Is it safe to be writing on your arms that much?
Oh, certainly not. But it depends on the ink I'm using. Too much cerulean and I can't sleep. But just the right amount, and I can write all night. The red ink will give you swamp bottom if you drink it, but absorbed through the skin, it'll make you taste colors and smell music.
Concerning.
Speaking of which, I should change out my tip.
Okay.
I use 3 kinds, sepia, cerulean, and a red that's never the same shade. My recipe needs work. I like having 3 colors, but they also provide different states of mind for writing.
Is he drugging himself just for writing? Abso-fucking-lutely. Man's high as a kite. Your inks sound like fun. Can I try them?
Oh, no. I'm trying to observe you. Corroding your mind is not part of the plan.
Fine. Not the biggest fan of you recording me, by the way.
Do you have something to hide? Do you want your actions forgotten? Either way, if I actually survive following you and make a cogent text out of this ramble of notes, well, if that happens, and you hate it, you can torch the pages.
Okay. Sure. You're totally not spying on me.
On that, we agree. Don't worry, history needn't know the exact body count of your saga.
Okay. So anyway, your inks still sound like fun. Can I try them now? Which one? Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I can't in good conscience poison you.
Come on! It's not poison, it's just... good old-fashioned meth? I don't know. If it's really going to bother you, forget it. I won't bring it up again. Consider it a lesson, cautionary tale about wishing for things, fatherly moment. Any of those work for you? Then hand it over, I'll poison myself. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, that's fucking amazing. Oh man, I'm so... Fuck it.
Oh, fine. The things I do to educate the youth. Here's how it works. The Reds give you a brief bout of synesthesia. Great for writing music. Cerulean can unhinge me a bit, but it blocks out the cramps and anxiety. My sepia ink is perfect for quiet contemplation. Also insomnia.
I'll try this sepia ink.
Made from only the finest cuttlefish.
Concerning. Your tongue is assaulted by the sour taste of improperly cleaned squid. Awesome.
What do you think?
Look off into the distance. Think back. Look off into the distance. Drool quietly. Ponder your place in the world. Glare silently. I love obsidian. Look off into the distance.
I'd say it's working. Sit and enjoy that for a bit. It'll wear off soon.
Aww. Do I actually have something? They didn't even actually give me a buff or a debuff? Come on. Should've just drooled. It's fucking bullshit. You know what happened? What do you mean you know what happened? Nothing happened. Dangerous path you take. I have no idea what you're talking about. You think it's all normal here? What's normal? What the fuck are you guys talking about? I've literally done nothing abnormal. I am just doing the will of Kairos.
One moment, my friend. Just let me finish this thought.
Alright, I did give him a bunch of fear because I asked him to drug me.
Of course. How can I help? All kinds of things. Of course. How can I help? Are you asking for an objection? One. I am nothing if not a semi-reliable font of knowledge. What did you want to discuss?
Why semi? Oh boy, what's your story? He did not like my question. Grew up in Sunder. I was born right after independence from the realm of Stalwart, so yeah, do the math and you'll realize I'm old. Ended with a firm stipulation that Sunder chose to leave and that Stalwart did not lose the Civil War. The Free City of Sunder marks 347 as its year of independence. He's pretty spry for 84? What the fuck, Lantry? My parents were Arbor Hands. My mother never returned from a voyage, and my father lost his hand to infection and decided to sell me to the School of Ink. What the fuck? You are so sus, bro. This is the sussest motherfucker to have ever sussed. Anyway. I love that you gain loyalty with him by just saying you don't want to listen to his life story. Expedition 60. Excuse me, it's very specifically Expedition 84. Clearly. Any other family? Strangers. Family ties are severed. Oh, sorry. I'm joining with the sages. Okay. "10 years and several tomes later, someone decided I was ready to be welcomed into the inner circle and shown the ways of magic." You spent 10 years taking care of birds before they let you actually become a mage? What the fuck? Okay. Is that name new or? Oh, okay, no, that is actually his name. Well, according to him. Did you always want to be a sage? Okay. So what is your story? I know you're smarter than you act. Extend me the same courtesy. Oh. I was on the take from the voices of Narat, or at least an agent of his sent me to the School of Ink and the Quill 30 years back. I'm not surprised. It'd be years later until I made the connection to the Archon. Most people think the war began 3 years ago, but the voices had his hand in things sooner than that. I was part of that early invasion, an eager kid happy to accept the 30-year assignment that comes with an education. What else? Edict of Fire, you were the messenger of Kairos' judgment on my work. It was about then that I decided I'd need to take an interest in your skein. In truth, I am deeply curious about any who have lived as vessels to Kairos' most supreme magic. When I heard you were proclaiming a second edict, I had to find a way for us to meet. Being tied up in a prisoner camp was not the intended plan. So you advocating surrender to Kairos was the end of your plan? Yes and no. When I first left, I was just happy to be getting educated by the sages on someone else's rings, and my orders were simply to listen and report. As the time drew near, my commands were to win them over, a little at a time, to the notion of surrender. But I failed. The elders grew defiant, and the militants mind won out. These are tearsmen after all. I didn't deliver the surrender, and it took the Overlord's edict to end what I was sent to do. I thought I had you all turned over to the Disfavored. How did you wind up with the chorus? Spent a few weeks with the Disfavored, but I used a concealment spell and slunk away in short order. Might have been better off in that cage, as I wound up in Chorus camp thinking I'd be eaten by the Archon of Secrets. The Archon of Secrets didn't even remember me. I guess I looked at some thug the wrong way and got jumped. My imprisonment isn't anything more interesting than that. Oh, thank you for telling me. Now, be a good boy and stop keeping secrets from me. Yes? I will endeavor to earn your trust as best I can. Sorry to have given you reason for doubt. I don't trust you. I don't trust any of you motherfuckers. That's kind of the problem with the fact that we're all playing the villain. I don't trust any of them. mentioned raising birds. What about that? Think he'll go back to doing that? Probably. Yeah, he told his birds to fuck off. How'd you feel about Kairos? How can I not help but find him to be the most captivating person alive? The man has bent empires, claimed continents. Where he goes, history follows. I won't deny he has killed millions at least, but I contend more would have died in petty wars across Stratus in the void of Kairos. I've seen what tiny despots, merchants, cabals, and mage guilds can inflict in the names of all sorts of righteous causes. I will take the rule of Kairos over the tyranny of every idiot on Tyratus.
I am nothing if not a semi-reliable font of knowledge.
Arcane.
And I'd be happy to oblige. Ever since the fall of the Vellum Citadel, it is hard to find someone with whom I can discuss such things.
What do you know of the edicts? He has cast many over the ages, to my knowledge. Has never worded two edicts exactly the same. Edicts defy our understanding of magic. Kairos' magic works over vast distances, over indefinite durations, and no archon or mere mage can counter the force of an edict. What can you tell me of edicts in general? A spell is to an edict as a drop of rain is to a hurricane. Edicts and spells are both magical cantrips, but differ in intensity by orders of magnitude. Edicts are almost commands to Tyratus that must be carried out until the instructions allow for the magic to end. If Kairos wants a plague until the next Judge's Day, expect copious buboes until next Judge's Day. Nothing has ever dispelled an edict, nothing outside of the edict's own sunset clause, as I like to think of them. I guess I'm curious about a specific edict. Edict of Execution cast on Vengeance Valley. Seems like the Archon were about to kill each other, and the threat of mutual destruction was about all Kairos had left. I imagine fear is the only way to get someone like Voices of Nerat to follow orders, and the edict certainly did whip them into action. Stone? Edict of Stone ravaged the realm of Azure. The upheaval of earth and rock turned the rolling plains into a craggy steppe known as the Stone Sea. Since the edict was directed at the traitorous Archon of Stone, it would seem the upheaval of Azure was a secondary consequence, though I imagine little of what Kairos does is unintentional. Edict of Fire? I know that you warned us. I'm alive today because of you. You're welcome. As are so many of my brothers and sisters, and I'm most certain you were not ordered to warn us, so all the more reason to honor your decision. Given the destruction involved, a warning seemed the humane thing to do. That's not why I did it. I did it to try and salvage as much of the knowledge in that library as possible. I don't give a shit about the people's lives. A most noble sentiment. The edict had its intended effect. It crushed the will of the school and scattered the sages to the wind. I'm glad it brought an end to the conflict, and thanks to your warning, without further loss of life. Of course, ask away. Can you tell me of the Edict of Storms? The Edict of Storms turned the once forested lands of Stalwart into a wind-swept wasteland. They call it the Blade Grave now. Since only the iron and bronze armaments remain, hurricane breezes, rust winds, and relentless lightning have destroyed the housing and farmlands. Of course, ask away. To my knowledge, has never worded two edicts the same. Okay. Are they the same arcane principles as spellcraft and other magic?
Edicts are the strongest manifestation of magic we know, and they seem to violate all other lesser phenomena. No dispel cantrip has ever dented or abated an edict. Even archons with powers of great durability cannot shrug off their effects. Just look at Cairn.
Thanks, Terrell.
Now, what I find curious, edicts can flex a little, or so my studies suggest this is the case. Take the Edict of Storms. While the day it was proclaimed was the most violent, the actual radius of the storm has changed over time. But most will have none of my hypotheses on this matter.
It was way harder to write than planned. But was it worth the effort? Fine, I'll take the bait. What's your conjecture about edicts? I'll stick to normal rituals next time. I think that's for the best.
So, in my studies, some edicts resolve some problem of the overlords and then vanish into history. But the edicts that linger around, almost all of them begin to widen. Their effects become more intense. Here's the intriguing part. The older the edict, and the more that's written about it, the more the reports of that edict get more dire over time.
That's how legends work. Each generation tells them bigger.
True, I could just be overreacting to sloppy record keeping, but my hunch is that there's some correlation going on here. I contend that edicts are powered by fear. Fear of Kairos helps fuel the casting, and fear of the edict feeds the magic, sustaining it, and if enough people fear it, even growing it a bit.
Ruled by fear is certainly Kairos' way. It's an interesting theory.
Intellectual honesty demands that I study the matter more. If I'm correct, the more people fear and obsess over an edict, the stronger it becomes. Anyway, another study for another time. Edict. Now, what I find, and I'd be happy to oblige. Ever since the fall of the Vellum Citadel, it is hard to find someone with whom I can discuss such things.
What do you know of the magic of the Archons? Ugh. Why can't he speak? Why do I have to read? I've studied many of the Archons for many years. Compared to other sages, I'm an expert on the subject, which is sad, because I feel like I've still so much to learn. How does the magic of Archons work? Archons all have magical powers that are intuitive. When the voices of Nara pulls out someone's mind, or Graven Ash protects his soldiers, that magic isn't a signed spell or ritual. To them, it's closer to flexing one's hand. Archons are, what's the word for it? Axiom of magic? The root of magic? Spell pioneers? Different names of the theorem. All mages inevitably upon an inescapable fact. Only the Archons can will magic into being. Everyone else can only cast magic by invoking the sigil of an Archon that has come before. None know how the Archons do their magic. Different. Could one guess at a sigil of an Archon not yet burned, or not remembered by history, or simply unknown to the caster, and successfully cast a spell? One must have willful conscious knowledge of the Archon and the intended power being channeled. I'm sure this analogy is off in many ways, but I see Archons as the mothers of original magic and everyone else is just imitating them. To confuse things a bit, some Archons learn to cast other spells in the same fashion as us lesser mages. If you are as important as an Archon, you learn quick that all knowledge is power. I've studied many of the Archons for many years. Compared to the other sages, I'm an expert on the subject, which is sad, because I feel like I've still much to learn. Are all Archons loyal to Kairos? Officially, yes. In actuality, no. Those with a true gift for magic always come to the attention of Kairos. Few managed to evade attention for a bit. The School of Tides was founded by one such uncontrollable, but those are history's exceptions. Occulted Jade, Archon of Tides, never bowed to Kairos, and it's said she survived the assassins sent to silence her. It makes her flight from Kairos before the war all the more troubling. We knew her as the symbol of strength, but when threatened, her weaker nature won. When we write biographies of the Archons, we often refer to them as exarchs in their formative years, before stepping into their prime. But officially, Kairos is supposed to grant all titles of Archon. It's quite the faux pas to self-appellate. Exactly why Jade insisted on calling herself Archon of Tides. She didn't need Kairos' approval to wear the title she deserves, and then I know she loved the fact that doing so must have annoyed Kairos. Study many of the Archons. How is an Archon born? Or bred? I think we all dream of one day waking up and being an Archon. Given some of the madmen and loons that have exhibited mystical greatness, it can seem unfair that the rest of us can't do it. I can say with confidence, Archons aren't born, they become. Graven Ash is a good study of this. Before he was the Archon of War, he was a successful commander, each victory more daring and glorious than the next. Somewhere along the way, his leadership took on mystical qualities. The Graven Ash we know today can reach out and protect his soldiers from harm, but maybe at first he could just protect those near him. I wouldn't know for certain, but all will attest that he didn't have this power his whole life. A literal cult of personality.
And I'd be happy to oblige.
What do you know of spellcraft?
I've forgotten more than most bloodchatters have ever learned. What do you want to know?
Can you teach me?
I think you know all I can teach you.
Well, that's an objective fucking lie, but okay. What sort of magic did the sages teach you? Sage Sinden tutored me in the traditional sigils. There's preservation, concealment, and healing. I was derived from the bygone Archon of Taravis, Fading Wrath, and the Orphan Midwife. The preservation magic is largely functional, sealing parchment, binding books, that sort of thing. All of us chroniclers learn concealment magic, as our ideal method would be to study events without contaminating the decisions being made. As for the healing magic, many of us modern sages study this a great deal. The school has a shoddy reputation among the common folk. I figure if they knew us as healers and caregivers, maybe we'd start to change opinions. Healing. Now that's a noble craft to study. True, but given how accident-prone I can be, I think the person that benefits most from my magic is me. Certainly, the most gratifying spells I know are the ones that ease pain and suffering. They make me feel slightly useful. What can you tell me about signing magic? Scholars don't have a good word for that. Archons do, when they cast magic. Couldn't tell you how Graven Ash casts his protection over his soldiers, nor would I know how Blood and Mark consciously decides to move through a shadow. Okay. When us mere mages want to cast a spell, we do so by signing the sigil of an Archon that previously discovered the magical phenomenon in question. It's debated whether Archons create new magic or just discover magic that was waiting for us. Such questions seem impossible to answer while sober. Is that it? We're finally done?
What? Of course. How can I help? I am nothing if not a semi-reliable font of... Well, you might want to ask a more soldierly type about the armies, but do you want to talk about the Archons or other mages?
The Archons, I guess. Oh god, here we go. If a soldier believes in him, Graven can extend his protection, and so after one believes and is protected, keeps believing and keeps getting protected. That seems to be very much in line with Kairos as well. The theory that his edicts are based on belief or fear or whatever, which I'm starting to ironically believe. I'm starting to believe more and more that it might have something to do with belief, actually. But we'll see. Ironically, that makes him even more of a god than what I initially thought. Self-actualization is usually a deity thing. Tell me about Graven Ash.
Ash has served with Kairos for a mere century, but he has been a reliable general and level-headed warlord. Certainly when compared to some of the more bloodthirsty Archons to serve under Kairos. I'm not saying the disfavored are merciful. I'm just saying I've read the stories of the Archon of Blood and know it could be worse. I know Graven Ash can defend his soldiers from far away. Ash's Aegis is the term us Arcanophiles have taken to calling it. Not surprisingly, Graven Ash is beloved by his troops. I mean, if Tunon could mystically protect you from cudgels and sharp sticks from leagues away, you'd like him more.
I like him plenty. For now. Tell me about the Voices of Nerat. Oh. Why is the rest of it voiced but not this one? The Voices of Nerat is one of Kairos' most dangerous and unpredictable servants. He can pull memories, hold personalities, if you believe some reports, from his victims, and over time, this has created a single Archon with the knowledge of countless lifetimes. He and I were in written contact as part of the taking of the Vellum Citadel. Though I exchanged very few words with him, it was readily apparent that the Voices of Nerat doesn't see people, he sees uses. Okay. What do you know of Tunon? First, I suppose I should ask you what you know of him. He is fair and just. By your measure, that is. Yes. Tunon, Archon of Justice, exists in texts spanning back hundreds of years. I can't say I know how he came to be the Overlord's adjudicator. Maybe you know that one. But he oversaw the conquest of the Tundra sovereigns, and they bowed to Kairos in the year 83. I know much of such... whatever. Know anything about Blood and Mark? Very little. His name is not printed in many texts. I know that he is sworn to Tunon and acts as his assassin. I know he goes back a long ways, though. I've long assumed he's served Kairos about as long as Tunon, give or take. We are in the year... yeah, I know. It's been a while. What do you know of the Archon of Song?
Not the youngest Archon in history, but certainly one of the younger, and history has yet to write much about her. And if I happen to be the first to write about her, well, that will look nice for my legacy.
Did you know Cairn? Know very little. He was the wild man of the hills the Graven Ash subdued in 402, but only one source suggests that link. He was famous for being, oh, a big sour jerk. Great. Seems he let his mouth run off about Kairos, and that was the end of this story. Anything else?
I am nothing if not a semi-reliable font of knowledge.
What can you tell me of the School of Ink?
You mean what's left of them? What would you like to know?
What's the core philosophy of the school?
The sages are archivists, academicians, and arcanists. Our mission is to preserve the knowledge of today for the good of tomorrow. Though we are known for our magic, few realize that most sages concern themselves with scribal work. Only a select few have the talent or focus to work the sigils. Each sage benefited from the scrolls of learning that came before him. And so, each sage must repay this boon by gathering, authoring, or translating new texts to the stacks. But all that's a bit generous. It's no secret that the sages were far more happy to add knowledge than to share it.
Why did the sages resist Kairos?
Why, indeed. As historians, it is our place to document, not direct. Let others rage and resist. Ours is the duty to record. The decision to defy Kairos was not unanimous, nor one decided upon lightly. The laws of Kairos would forbid much of the knowledge contained in the Vellum Citadel. The elder sages feared, rightly perhaps, that the Overlord would put an end to our tradition of stockpiling knowledge. The Battle of the Vellum Citadel was a battle to preserve knowledge. But our actions will be remembered as treason against the will of Kairos.
Tell me a bit about the school's history.
The sages trace their days to a generation after 5 Wives, when the first settlers moved west. The Vellum Citadel began as a scholastic retreat, slowly blossoming into the finest library in the continent across the generations. The centuries fly by, and suddenly, the Vellum Citadel is the definitive archive in the Tiers. The sages branched out into carrying missives for wealthy clients, training noble children to read. The peasants may have feared us, but we remained useful enough to the kings and queens of the Tiers to avoid war. When Kairos came to the Tiers, that's when our hubris came back to haunt us. The Elder Sages, the other Elder Sages, not I, believed our spellcraft was enough to ward off any siege. Well,
Dumbasses.
we know how that turned out.
So the sigils do the sages practice?
Traditionally, we use magic only so that we may observe and archive. So that means magic of concealment and protection. But, in truth, we have amassed a great wealth of knowledge. Before the Vellum Citadel fell, any given subject of magic had at least one sage practicing it.
So you're admitting you had at least one agent of yours studying the magic of the Tidecasters?
Well, I mean, if such information had fallen into our hands generations ago, we'd be fools not to...
Not to suckle off that ill-gotten teat of knowledge? Filthy word whores of the worst degree. The Edict of Fire wasn't half of what you deserved.
Christ on a bike, Ebb. Chill. I can see this conversation going to very constructive places. Both of you, shut the fuck up.
What would you like to know? Of course. How can I help? I am nothing if not a semi-reliable font of knowledge. What did you want to discuss? I know everything, except for who's been saying that. What's on your mind?
Could you teach me about history?
I'm flattered you think me that wise, but unless you are enthralled by migration observations and titillated by triangle ratios, I think I'd bore you silly.
I grew up with books. Try me.
Fine, fine. If you have truly nothing better to do than talk trivia with old Lantry, so be it.
Lantry pops open a scroll case by his hip, producing a long, handwritten manuscript.
A Brief History of the Tiers by Sage Lantry. Volume 1, Settlers from the East. Dry land, came the cry from the prow of the ship. After months in the deep ocean, the pioneers of the Tiers saw their promised land at long last.
Fascinating.
Volume 3, years 90 to 94. If you thought 88 was a crazy time when everything changed, wait until 91.
Really? Do go on.
Well, if you enjoyed that, you're going to love Ratios of the Sun. So, by using the shadow of a staff at noon as a starting point, I used triangles to show a relation.
Lantry cannot... Unlike Tunon, Lantry cannot kill you for walking out of a lecture. And unlike Tunon, Lantry has to eventually sleep. You've experienced worse. But were your two measurements far enough to derive a parallax?
Ah, I knew someone would ask that. And yes, so here's my proof. Sage Winding Script shows a relationship between all half-square triangles. I have a diagram somewhere.
Kill me. So if that's correct, you could estimate almost any length from a known angle.
Yes. Way to steal the concluding reveal from me.
Get fucked.
But yeah, that's about the gist of it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I think my voice needs a rest. Thank you for the rousing conversation.
You're welcome. I got a bunch of XP out of that. It was great.
One moment. Of course. How can I help? The spire. Of course. How can I help? Are you asking for an objective assessment? Or is this your way of saying you want to... Good tidecasters stay underwater.
I like that I make you this adjective.
Oh. And then there's your... I am nothing if... I am nothing if... And I'd be happy to oblige.
Are
Ever
you
since
familiar with the old
fall of
walls?
Familiar is a relative term. I think I know more than most, but it's a subject of mystery, even to the scholars. Though, I must admit, in addition to my reading, I've ventured into the old walls on occasion. And soiled many undergarments in the process.
So do you know who built them? We can only seem to agree that they were built. There's no consensus as to who... Oh, as to the who of it. We generally use the old realms or older realms when describing the folk that must have done all this construction ages ago. That's also where the young realms got their name, indirectly. Azure, Stalwart, all of them are older than you and I, but compared to the old walls, they're babies. As for the why, that's anybody's guess. I've always assumed it's an ancient road and aqueduct network. If you just need to fence off your neighbors, you wouldn't have such elaborate, expensive masonry on the inside. What sort of things have you seen in the old walls? Aside from the terrifying Bane, well, every section of the old walls has its own jaw-dropping architecture. I've seen bridges that move when someone is near, mystical barriers that must have been standing for eons, and I've seen remains. So many remains, a lot of them sages from centuries past, or hapless drifters that must have been desperate for shelter. What fascinates me most are the symbols found on the interior architecture. I can't help but think if we shared notes with other old world explorers, we might someday decipher the meanings. Kairos forbids exploration of the old walls. Did the Tearsmen have similar laws? Entering the old walls was never illegal, but plundering them was. The logic being, that which rests in the old walls belongs to your local ruler, not you. Noble houses made a point of buying up anything that came out of the old walls. Plenty of ancient stuff in there, but sometimes you find stuff that's just a generation old, left by the last fool trying to search for treasure. If you've been through the old walls, you must be familiar with the Bane. More so than is healthy. I've seen one rip a young scribe in half with its nebulous talons, and I've run away from more than my fair share of angry Bane. That sounds redundant, they all seem angry. Heard of all sorts of theories on the Bane. Heard they were dead mages, the nightmares of Archons come to life. One sage believes they're Kairos' children. Guess if you have enough ink and parchment, you can crap out any dumb idea. They appear cunning, lacking language, they have animal-like qualities, but they seem drawn only to magic and commotion. Food and water seem irrelevant to them.
And I'd be happy to oblige.
What do you know of the spires? History used to say that the older realms built the spires. These days, you'll hear children repeating that Kairos built them. Guess that's the new history. There are spires all over Tyratus, though I don't know the count. Maybe 40 or so? 5 of them are in the tiers, and generally, the spires follow the old walls, often occurring at junctions in the old masonry. The mountain spire is a notable exception. The other spires in the tiers connect to the old walls, but the mountain spire is just freestanding, a sore thumb in the middle of the tiers. Any ideas their purpose? Lightning rod? Perch from which to survey the lands below? Signposts for a society of folks that flew like birds? On this matter, I have only conjecture. Best hypothesis I've heard is that they were all built at the sites of major settlements now long gone. So maybe their haphazard placement is a hint about how the maps of old might have looked. Any idea why magic works better near the spires? The sages liken the phenomenon to heat radiating from a candle. The air is just thicker with magic the closer you get to the spire. It can be deadly, trying to work spells close to a spire if you aren't wise to the effect. I'd be famous if I could tell you why this happened. I've always assumed they are the magical equivalent of river sources. Just as water endlessly flows from certain special sites, so too are there places where magic pours endlessly from a natural source. Any idea who built that construct on top of the mountain spire? Know any sculptures with superhuman strength and the power to fly? If not, I'm out of ideas. Structurally speaking, it looks vaguely, and I do mean vaguely, similar to the sculptures in the old Academy of Tides. But if that were the case, I think we'd know more. I also noticed the resemblance, but I can assure you, if it was built by an old tidecaster, it was the best kept secret in a school that prided itself on showmanship and boasting about your exploits. Oh, so you study the art of being insufferable, and here I thought it was a natural gift. The symbols on the structure certainly look like they could be related to the symbols found in the old walls, so I'm all but certain that structure was built by the same craftsman that built the spire.
And I'd be happy to oblige. I am nothing if not a semi-reliable and I'd be happy to oblige. I am nothing if... Well, you might want to ask a more soldierly...
Okay.
I am nothing if not... Well,
what do you know of the mage guilds? More than I will readily admit. Which guild? Try and catch you later. Okie dokie. What do you know of the Earthshakers? Takes a strange bird to wish to emulate Cairn, Arcan of Stone, but what do I know? A whole cult sprung up to worship the man. This cult became known as the Earthshakers Guild, and even their weak imitations of his magic can fill the land with tremors. Cairn answered to Graven Ash, meaning the Earthshakers are military allies of the disfavored. At least that is how it was. Cairn's treachery demanded a retribution from Kairos, and this has destroyed the reputation of the Earthshakers Guild. Many assume a traitorous teacher would breed traitorous disciples. Tell me about the Forgebound. Forgebound are a guild from the Northern Empire. Their magic is a bit different from the sigils you or I know. They study a slower, more rigid style of magic that they use to become one with their forging tools. Forgebound know the secret of turning grey rock into fine iron, and none have yet replicated this feat of craftsmanship. What they do is truly unique, and they teach their craft by practice and lecture. Little of it is written down. That doesn't sound like magic. That just sounds like knowing how to smith. What of the Blood Chanters? The Blood Chanters are a motley. To call them a proper guild insults all other traditions. Most of their number were members of the School of Wild Wrath, but they sold their loyalty to the Voices of Narat. Very recent organization. Founded just prior to the conquest, the Blood Chanters drew their magic from the sigil of Siren, Archon of Song, from which they draw their spells of passion, fear, frenzy, and other emotional manipulations. And from the fire magic of Thousand Embers, Archon of Fire, is practiced by the now defunct School of Wild Wrath. They brought with them their fire magic, adopted from the long-dead Thousand Embers Archon of Fire. Very influential, briefly lived. He only lived for 50 years or so. A little less. 47. Guess it's a little surprised that the fire mages would find a welcome home in the chorus. Fire is now but one of their tricks. Their real trick is their magic of passion, frenzy, and fear. Such magic is based on Siren, Archon of Song. Any guilds in the tiers? Ink, Tide, and Wrath pushed out most of the other schools ages ago. History makes note of the Cutters, the School of Flowering Winter, and a few others that did not survive the little wars our schools would wage. But I know little of these footnote schools. Something else?
Well, you might want to ask him. I am nothing if not a semi-reliable font. What would you like to know? Traditionally, but in truth, I am nothing if not a... I know everything.
Know anything about the Bane? A shame Sage Cloven Claws was reduced to a pile of ash. Men knew all that's been written on the subject. Most of what we know is summed up in the name. The full term for them is Magebane. There's a good reason for it. They'll prey on anything that moves, but they'll show favoritism towards magically active humans. Tell me about wisps. Largely inconsequential by themselves, hardly the menace most associate with the Bane, but these glowing little creatures often follow in the wake of scourges or other larger Bane, and that can make them a real danger. What do you know of the scourges? Writhing masses of sharpened limbs and quiet as a shadow. Scourges are the most frequently observed types of Bane. Not sure if they're the most numerous or just the more likely to attack. Can you tell me of Havocs? Territorial. They lurk and lurk. Ah. Just like Twitch chatters. If you see one, common wisdom is to run. Just like Twitch chat. It'll give up chase eventually when you find the edge of its home. Know anything about the malices? Most troublesome of the Mage Bane are the malices, though I've never experienced it. I'm told a malice can take hold of your waking self, leave you trapped in a dream while it puppets you. If evidence of these creatures didn't predate Kairos, I'd think the Overlord the only creature powerful and cruel enough to breed the malice. Do you know where these creatures come from? They seem to breed in the old walls, or at least that is where they exist in the highest concentration. There seems to be no social interaction amongst the Bane, and no logical mechanism of grinding their privates to make little Banes. Thank you, Lantre. I appreciate your eloquency. You're just so... You have a way with words.
I know everything.
Beastman.
My knowledge is largely academic, not to be mistaken for practical.
Why would that be an issue? You know their origins?
The earliest settlers made note of the Beastmen, so they were here before us, but not before the older realms. By all accounts, the tribes do not have record of a time before the Old Walls. So, the logical conclusion is that they arrived after the Old Realms, but before Five Wives.
What are the tribes?
There have been thousands of tribes throughout history. Most dissolve within a Acquireman's lifespan. The stronger females branch off and make their own tribes with tougher names. Then the King of Azure rounds you up and puts you to work. The Stonestalkers are the most powerful of remaining tribes, thriving now that Azure has fallen. As for the rest, the old Talons of Frozen Cloud, the Trollhooks, the Kolakar, the Katvanas, the Jawsnap, all gone, I think. And then there's the Shadowhunters. They're all but extinct.
What you know of their minds and mannerisms?
They are true to their names and live like beasts. Clothing and artifice seem to have little value to them, whereas rutting and killing are the reason they wake in the morning. But it would be a mistake to think them stupid. Ask any tamer and they'll tell you some stories of their cunning. The beasts are wanting in patience and diplomacy, but they are a clever bunch.
Where do their loyalties rest?
You'd want to ask the authority, Sage Quillborn. She lived with the Kolakar for a few span back in 404. Some truly fascinating findings. She noted that every successful tribe has a singular female leader. It's Prima.
Okay.
She noted that beastmen show fluid loyalty to new matrons. They adapt well to changing leaders, but they never change the relatively simple but strict hierarchical model. Few beastmen have accepted fealty to Kairos. It would seem the notion of bowing to a person you have not seen in the flesh is insanity. This inability to bow to the Overlord will no doubt doom the species, for Kairos does not suffer such token insults.
Fair.
I know every...
I think we finally ran out of shit to talk about. Fuck, no. We still have to talk to Eb. Oh, God. Hey, Eb. Do you want to chat?
What is it you need?
I need this to end, honey. We should discuss matters at hand.
Now we're working with the disfavored. You want my advice? My advice would be to get close to Graven Ash and plunge a poisoned shiv in his ear. Yeah, right. I'm speaking out of line. But I don't really know what to say here. I hate the disfavored, but I'm sworn to your cause, so my honest opinion won't do anyone any good.
I have questions.
Ask away.
I guess we're talking about magic.
You know, I normally charge for this, but for you...
Funny. What can you tell me about your magical tradition?
Now, you know that's a very personal question. The knowledge I have is a centuries-old gift from the Archon of Tides. I would sooner discard my life than the sanctity of that gift. I will speak in generalities only.
Okay, go for it. Oh, no. You're not going... That was a lie. She will not speak in generalities. She will type in generalities while I speak. I'll be right back. I need to grab some water. Hi, Eris. Okay, here we go. Let's fucking go. I've only been streaming for like an hour and God knows what. Just straight reading. I love Obsidian. I truly do. But this game? Teeny tiny bit too much written exposition. Just a tad. And no, it's not because it's a CRPG. I have played many CRPGs. This is extreme. It's not as bad when you're just reading to yourself in your head, but when you have to read it aloud, you can really, really, really tell when it's too much. So, ask. Worst I can do is not tell you. No, there's worse. Tell me about how you influenced Taratus. Taratus' grave. Trade secret. Not what I'm going to talk about. The School of Tides dies with me, and so too will this. And don't bother trying to change my mind on this matter. It'll just get ugly quick. Tell me how you influence ice, mist, and other forms of water. Years of training. Most of the secrets have already been stolen ages ago by the sages. Doesn't mean I'm going to tell you just because the secret are already out. But it means you can go ask someone else if you really feel so entitled to know. And before you ask, I've learned plenty from knowledge stolen by the mages, but no, I don't know how to do what Ebb does. Magically or otherwise. Can you teach me what you know? I suppose I am capable of it, but no. The secret of the Archon of Tides dies with me. She was one of the wives, or she arrived with the original 5 wives, which is very old. The Archon vanished across the seas, taking nearly the entire School of Tides with her into exile across uncharted waters. Someone that old, that powerful, and that knowledgeable chose to run? That tells you something. And it's not that she's a coward. It's that she knew she had no choice. What are the philosophical teachings of your magic? There's a question I can answer. It would surprise you little to learn that we see all things, people, war seasons, to be cyclical, waxing and waning through their various forms like the tides and the light of Taratus' grave. The planet has 2 satellites visible to the naked eye, the tide-locked Taratus' grave and the rapidly orbiting interloper. Scholars have long studied the effects of these 2 moons. Common belief in Kairos' empire is that Taratus' grave will finally set on the horizon when Kairos' rule ends, whereas those of the Tears insist the moons are older than the old walls and will outlive even Kairos. The mind is limited. We're born and spend our times dodging death. We expect all stories to have a beginning and an end. We assume all things start and stop just like us. In truth, all things are cycles, some by matter of minutes, other by matter of years or lifetimes. School of Tides, we appreciate patterns of all sorts. Most are called to the depths, others find their interests skybound. Many still find the tides of human emotion and political fortunes far more intriguing than inanimate tides found in the orbits and the oceans. From what Archon do the Tidecasters draw upon their magic? The first Tidecasters were given the gift of magic by our school's founder, occulted Jade, Archon of Tides. Though she was not of Kairos' ilk, she was as powerful as any Archon, and from her name and legacy we can mimic the moon's pull on the seas and change the currents. And it's from her that we have spells to turn the moon's pleasant hues into a baleful ray of searing grave light. In all these years, I have not grown tired of the thrill of power. It is a rush of carnal humors every time. Okay. I'm guessing you can tell me more than I have ever wanted to know about the moons? You'd be right. My magic is generally associated with the moon Taratus' grave, but you have to know where Interloper is in the sky when mucking about with Mystic's forces. Do you control water, or do you mimic the tidal effects the moons have on water? Both, actually. I'm amused you're keen on the difference. Our spells of ice and mist affect water directly, but are of limited volume. Displacing your own body weight in water is no mean feat. But if I were to move an ocean current, I'd drive myself nuts moving water in front of a boat a little at a time. That's where I'd use a cantrip to simulate a tidal pull. Tell me about the big moon. Fixed in the sky, always overhead day and night, it was first named by folks living far to the east. They'd look to the west and see the moon like a permanent hill on the horizon, a grave where the sun dies each evening. That's how the older folk saw us. If you live in the western part of the world, Tarata's grave is overhead all the time. This means that day and night, it's reflecting the sun's rays. And if you know what you're doing, it doesn't just reflect, it magnifies. So the smaller moon that keeps moving orbits Tarata's at a steady clip, and its orbit sometimes crosses in front of Tarata's grave, leading to mystical calamity, if you don't know what you're doing. Okay. Have you heard anything from the Tidecasters that left before the war? No, and I don't like entertaining the hope. Those cowards are all gone. If they didn't die at sea, they're dead to me. I reserve the right to be pleasantly surprised if they come back, eager to fight the good fight. But I'm not holding my breath. All the brave Tidecasters died. Present company accepted. Mm-hmm. Let's talk about something else.
I normally charge for this, but for you...
Funny. Do you know anything of the magic of the Archons? Enough to know I'm out of my element. That is to say, I've studied the many Archons a great deal, and I have a great number of hypotheses and conjunctures, but not an expert. Birth or experience, same thing the other guy already said. Know anything about the old walls and the spires? Not enough. Never enough. As a child, I was terrified of the old walls. I think that's true of most folk. Now that I can arc Gravelight with a wriggle of my fingers, well, I think when I'm a shriveled old hag dying in the old walls would be a great way to go. What can you tell me of the Bane? What I know is largely taken from Master Cambrel's work and some near-fatal experience venturing close to the walls. As best I can understand it, the Banes are bits of magical will that have an extended life of their own. I'm of the belief that they nest or reproduce in the old walls, the only place you regularly find them. Our magic attracts the Bane. That much I know to be the true firsthand. Again, this is personal theory, but I'm guessing they eat or drink magic, so our spells are invitations to dine.
Ask away.
Tell me about yourself. What would you like to know? Tell me about your name. I was born Hazen Lavenja, but for most of my life... Lavenia? For most of my life, and I suppose for all the days after, I'm known and will be known as Ebb. Tidecaster Ebb, for those trying to be obsequious. I've also probably used a bunch of aliases that are going to haunt me at some point. Hazen? Didn't realize you were nobility. I know, I dress myself and cook my own food, so misleading. Mother was a magistrate of Ardent, father was admiralty. It's mostly meaningless though, our lands are now the overlords. How'd you get the nickname? One of those not especially funny jokes that stuck long past its season. I wrote the word ebb incorrectly on a written examination. Master Fulvax started calling me Ebb from then on. He claimed it fit me. Said I was a cynical little shit that always sees the ebb, never the flow. There's a cat. Did you always want to be a Tidecaster? When I was a little girl, what I really wanted to be was a marine. The burly bitch at the prow of a trireme. First to crack some skulls when the ship's rammed. You know, an honest living. Fortunately, the school sought me out before I could get myself killed at sea. School of Tides was looking for new blood. My father was an admiral of Haven, so the school wanted me for the political connections. I got to spend my first couple years proving I actually belonged with the Tidecasters. That was fun. What would you like to know? What did you do in the years before the war? My husband was born in Apex, and he left his prosperous lands to be with me. So when the nest was empty, it seemed right we leave my homeland and see his side of the tears. We had a year and a bit to ourselves before the war upturned things. We saw all of Apex. I took him along all my old sailing routes around Five Wives and Sender. Those were good times. Then came the war, and I learned I would be one of the last yearsmen to live free of Kairos. Ever since then, I think Oathbreaker has technically been my chosen profession. Tell me about your family. Trying to salt old wounds? They're all gone. But if you really care to know, I had a husband, 3 kids, siblings I didn't hate. Every family has its troubles. I was lucky, and that awkward and stilted dinner banter was the worst of it. Tell me about your husband. Pelux Aldenos and I were married in 410. Aldenos was a foxman of the Vendrian Guard, back before they were starving partisans. But I saw him more as a carpenter. Woodworking was just a hobby of his. My fondest memories are of him trying to shape something, and me making stupid jokes about the firmness of his materials. God damn it. What became of him? He perished at the gates of judgment. I saw him die. I do not wish to discuss it. Just know that I have made my peace with it, and am glad I was with him on the field of battle when his time came. I miss him, but it might have been for the best. Though he was only a few years older than me, my studies left me, always a bit younger than him. The difference grew with time. Aldenos was slowing down and half figured the gates of judgment would be his last battle. If anything, he got exactly the death he wanted, so in that sense, I am very happy for him. What about your children? There were the twins, Drevnor and Lorma, then my youngest son, Akamas. Aldenos wanted more, but I was nearing the end of my trials in the School of Tides, and dueling with lethal magics is a terrible idea when with child. Drevnor and Lorma followed my husband's trade and took to the Falks. Akamas liked the harp more than people. Can't blame him one bit. I made sure my children could read, and I'm damn proud of that fact. Probably the only thing I did right. What are the twins? They died at the Gates of Judgment, or at least Drevnor died, running through by a disfavored spear. Lorma was at the battle, but I don't know what became of her. My fear has been she was recruited by the Scarlet Chorus. Perhaps she has a new name, if she's still alive. There were the twins, Drevnor and Lorma. Then my youngest son, Akamas. Oh, right. What about the youngest? Without Drevnor and Lorma, Akamas, well, he never quite... He took his own life in 430. I should have put him on a trireme and shoved him out into the high seas. He did not ask for birth, nor did I prepare him for the bitterness that life would offer. There were the right. I'm sorry for your loss. Spare me the sorrow. We've all lost family to Kairos. I just lost 2 in one battle. But even then, I'm hardly unique. What about the rest of your family? My mother prided herself on being the senator from Mahez and Ruban, one of the founding magistrates of the city of Ardent. Sad thing is, they died during the conquest. That's not how I lost contact. I lost contact because magic and travel became my life. Had plenty of time to get to know them as an adult, but I simply missed it. But that one's my fault. I can't rightly blame Kairos for everything. Not sure I believe any of this. You don't seem all that troubled.
Sorry. Did you want more tears from your conquered slaves? I've lost nearly everything during this war, but my story is a fortunate one compared to most.
Okay, I'm sorry, ma'am. Holy shit. How did you fall in with a Vendrian Guard? What does it matter now that they're gone? They seemed the last hope for the Tears, and the ninny shitting fuck of a chance is still more than no chance at all. Fair enough.
Ask away.
I have questions about the people of the Tears, apparently.
We all know how to swim, and we all know how to fight.
Great.
Most Northmen are lucky to make half that boast. What would you like to know?
I'm curious about the people of the Tears. I think you'll find each of us thinks themselves a child of Haven, as in my case, or a child of Azure, child of Apex, or what have you. But I suppose we Tearsmen have our shared customs. The most treasured of those customs used to be the pride of being free of Kairos' rule. When were the Tears settled? Human settlers arrived over 400 years ago, displaced from a war between what are now Kairos' realms of whatever. I'm not reading all that. Tearsmen will sometimes speak of the 5 wives. We use it to refer both to the first 5 settlements, where the colonists made landfall, as well as the 5 matriarchs that went on to form the ruling dynasties of the Tears. Of course, I'm leaving out the matter of the builders of the old walls. Who knows when they lived here, and why they're gone. But those old walls didn't just fall out of the sky. Why don't men own land or women ships? For centuries, it has been our way that the men own the ships and the women own the harbors. Our customs don't truly prevent ownership, they limit inheritance. Lands pass to daughters, then sisters, then mothers and aunts. Ships pass to sons, then brothers and fathers and uncles. It seems strange to outsiders, but it makes sense to me. And are blessed with wanderlust, women with a sense of the permanent. Likewise, the captain of a ship can't pause to carry a child, and the men grow restless if left in place. In truth, the custom varies from place to place, and you'll find men with enough wealth to own land, and women with enough sway own ships. Over ships? The fuck? As is often the case, the nobles pick and choose their traditions. Why didn't the younger realms stand united against Kairos? Are you trying to rub it in? Yes, the younger realms were defeated, one at a time, by the invaders. Maybe if I was the Queen of the Tears, that wouldn't have happened. Well then, what would Queen Eb have done? I would have taken the threat seriously the moment troops were stopped marching to the gates of judgment. Am I the only person whose mother mentioned that Kairos was a real threat? Opportunity, that's what killed us. Haven wanted to watch the bastard tier fall first. Apex was hoping Haven would fall. Azure wanted Stalwart to be attacked first. Every realm of the tiers had some interest in watching their neighbors fail first. So we all held back our support until a year or so into the war. Too fucking late by then. Squabbling idiots. Tiersmen live with great numbers of beastmen. What's that like? Beastmen of the tiers are hardier and smarter than their kin elsewhere. Unfortunately, we have lived longer in relative harmony for some time. Lived together. Make no mistake, life is difficult for most beastmen in the tiers, but compared to, say, how they're treated in the Northern Empire, I'd like to think we tiersmen are a little bit more modern and forward-thinking, even if it's just a bit. Okay. What of the major registers to Kairos' rule?
Aside from the ones you slew?
Yep.
Well, the Vendrian Guard were the most staunch opponents of Kairos. With their passing, the Overlord's rule is absolute. Well, aside from the local Archons being in a state of civil war.
Hehe.
Was there a particular group you wish to discuss?
The Unbroken, I guess?
The Unbroken is the name of the military of the now fallen realm of Stalwart. Every citizen of Stalwart was trained to fight, and all were expected to answer the rallying cry of the Regents, the ruling small council of the realm. A decade ago, Stalwart was the ass end of jokes tiersmen would tell each other. The people of Stalwart are obnoxiously proud of a long history of being invaded, but never losing. The disfavored put an end to their vaunted record of victory. The Unbroken still persist, albeit marginally so. The disfavored withdrew after the Edict of Storms began shredding the landscape. Their holdfast of Sentinel Stand Keep was never taken, and the citizen army, though scattered, could still be rallied.
Tell me about the Stone Stalker tribe.
Kairos' war was disastrous to the human realm of Azure, but a stroke of good luck for the numerous beastmen that toiled in Azure's endless wheat fields. With the masters all dead, the serfs have been set free. The Stonestalkers are a tribe born from these newly freed beasts. I imagine they would never bow to Kairos or the Archons. Too many generations have been enslaved. I'd wager anything they'll die before they ever bow. Beastmen understand strength and leadership, but it's always in the concrete sense. I can't pretend to know how they think, but I could never imagine them accepting an absent Prima. A distant ruler they can't see or smell seems a bit too abstract.
Okay, Bronze Brotherhood.
The Bronze Brotherhood is one of the most feared and famous of the Free City mercenary companies. They serve the highest bidder, and during the war, that was Kairos. Most of the Brotherhood perished in the war, but a handful. The crew hired to work at Lethian's Crossing. They got to babysit the Forge-bound and survived the last few years with minor losses.
You're welcome.
The band is too small to be a serious threat to the disfavored or the chorus. But they are scourge-worshipping berserks that will adopt any enemy for the right price. Maybe even Kairos. Several sages came to our aid during the Second Battle of Vendrian's Well. I at first thought they meant to kill me. But instead they put their lives on the line for us. They spoke of others in their guild braving the Edict of Fire to salvage lore from the burning library. Though I may find them untrustworthy, it must be said that the sages have a certain fearlessness toward the Overlord. Perhaps that could be kindled further.
I am well aware, Terrell. I know. And it's still not over. It's not fucking over. When are we leaving the top of the top? I know. I know.
Historically speaking, an alliance with the School of Ink and Quill is just asking to have your efforts stolen and your goals undermined. Mark my words, some things never change.
Oof. Would you rather they be our enemies?
Well, perhaps we can shove them in front of the enemy. And the ones that volunteered at Vendrian's Well weren't all bad.
Mm-hmm. We can also shove them off the spire. Just saying. Any excuse is a good excuse. What can you tell me about the different nations of the Tears? Oh god. Ah! I'm going to cry. Before Kairos came, the Tears were the Younger Realms. We've heard this! Eb, please! Please. Yes. Uh-huh. Hub of trade, that's great. Long line of merchant families, awesome. Tunon's capture of the city was a terrible blow. Yeah, that was me, honey. That was literally me. You're welcome, bitch. At least there's a little kitty. Just underneath the mic. Laying down. Getting pets. What can you tell me about the Free Cities? There is little free about the Free Cities, save for their independence from the Younger Realms. They're not physically adjacent, but rather politically allied by their shared hatred of the other realms. Most of all the Free Cities were defeated with little effort. The way I heard it, Narat just had to have agents hire up their mercenaries and order them to simply be elsewhere when the armies of the Overlord arrived. Right.
Ask away.
It's not over.
Not entirely sure. Which is to say, there was a time I studied my enemy in great detail, but I've recently come to learn that much of my information was little more than lies and misdirection.
What are the voices of Narat? Oh, she's gonna force me to read. The Archon of Secrets lives up to his name. If you weren't so loathsome a beast, I'd have admired his mastery of the magical arts. They say he only knows it, lost to history, but I've also heard stolen knowledge is why he speaks in his different voices. I'm learning most of what I know is just lies. Right. What do you know, Graven Ash? Many of us underestimated the great general by his age. Few of them have made the mistake twice. Ash is a remarkable general. He's led his tiny band of disfavored on a nearly unstoppable rampage of the Tears. You're welcome. And he does not seem to win his wars with obvious displays of mystique powers, but with old-fashioned leadership and good soldiers. Me joining the party. I see my time has arrived. I have so much to say. Ah! No. A year or so back, under a blue flag talk with the commander, I was told that the Archon knows the name of every soldier under his command, living and dead. The way that his favorites speak of Ash, you'd think he raised each one of them from the cradle. Kinda. Know anything of Cairn? Enough. Why the hostility? Archon of Stone destroyed much that I hold dear. I'm glad he's dead. What more need I say? There's a story here I'd like to hear. A few years back, the remaining elder Tidecasters met Cairn in battle. Tallest 10 men, all but invincible. I thought nothing could stop us if we stood together. And you were wrong. I'm glad you lived through it all. I'm not, and I don't need your pity. Let us speak of other things, she says while I gain loyalty. What do you know of Siren? I'm sure there may be younger Archons in the historical records, but Siren is certainly an unusually powerful child. Said half of the Scarlet Chorus was recruited by Siren's persuasive song, and I'd not doubt it. I also know Papa put a shackle on her power, probably feared she'd become the favorite of the rabble.
Ask away.
What do you know of Arcane Society?
I know a great deal of the mages of the Tears, or at least their history. Most are dead now. I know a little less about the guilds sworn to Kairos' Archons, but I try to make an effort to know my opposition.
Tell me of the Earthshakers. No. Right. Already know all that. Had their knowledge shoved into their heads by Narat. Possible. What can you tell me of the Forgebound? School of Ink and Quill. Second oldest arcane institution on the tiers. We go way back. There's a lot of bad blood. Yep. Tell me about your own school. Sorry. Streamer gave up. I am trying to just do a cursory reading. Right. And the thing is, the things I'm reading are things that I've already said before when we were talking to the other character. So she's literally not saying anything new, by the way. What of other magic schools and guilds? We've already heard this.
Ask away.
What do you think of Barak?
My one concern with Barak is that he's still loyal to Graven Ash and not to you. Barak seems steadfast, faithful, and dependable. But if it comes down to you versus Graven Ash, therein lies the test.
We're a tactical asset. It'd be fun to try and pry him out of that suit. Curious to see if his midsection is as strong, firm, and taut as I've imagined it should be. Eb, are you thirsting over Barak? Stinky, stinky Barak? Are you kidding? She nods, silently awaiting your follow-up. This woman has no shame. Holy fuck, Eb. Have better standards, honey. What are your thoughts on Verse?
We should consider ourselves fortunate that one of the most deadly members of the Scarlet Furies considers you a suitable gang leader. That said, I think her involvement with you is entirely suspect. I would wager good money the voices of Naratis listening through her, or perhaps seeing what she sees.
Right, because you're not suspect, and neither's that guy, or that guy, or that guy. Wait, no, that's me. That guy. That's a girl. Everyone else.
If I were you, I would keep a close eye on Burse. If she wanted to kill you, she could have done it already. But I can't help shake the feeling that she's part of some long ploy with the Archon of Secrets.
Well, that's just a given. What's your take on Lantry?
Probably the only word thief I haven't wanted to dismember. Him, I'd merely flay with an ice knife.
That's nice. It's always an act with the sages, always pretending to know less than they really do. I'm sure he's got 1,000 reasons for why he's not like them, or more trustworthy than the rest, but I know his type, and so I don't trust him. Aw, that's high praise coming from you. I'm going to take this stuff and repeatedly jam it into your backside until you prolapse. Holy fucking shit, Eb! Ah, just like that. Balance is restored to all known existence. You had me worried there. She nods, silently waiting your follow-up. Okay.
Ask away.
Let's talk about something else.
What is it you need?
I need you to shut the fuck up. I need to get out of here. I'm so done. I'm so fucking done. Ah. Are we done? Are we out? Can we get the fuck out of here? Holy shit. I think I've talked to everyone. I talked to Verse at the beginning, right?
At your service, Fatebite. What do you need?
I don't know.
What did you have in mind?
Yeah, we did. Okay, yeah, no, we're done. We're out. Out. Out of here. I'm out of here. God. I'm so done. Oh, Jesus Christ in a bike. Ascension Hall. Vendrian's Well. Guess we can go to the hall? Sure. It's probably empty. I don't have any reason to believe otherwise, but I haven't been there in a while.
I got it.
Figured I'd go take a look. No one set up on it in a while. Oh? Ooh, I found a thing.
Interesting. Sorry, I can't.
Oh, but you will.
Can't do that.
You will. I'm kind of hoping to talk to, tall, armored Iron Mommy. If I can find her. Aha, I knew it. Right.
Have a look here.
Should I finally take off my character's armor and give her actual armor? I've been wearing her ceremonial garbs this entire time. The ones she started the game with. Spire library upgrade. That's the thing I need to think about now. You did not play on Path of the Damned. No, I did not. Is all of this part of my beautiful, beautiful spire? I'm glad I've acquired this piece of real estate. Truly worth the money. Right. I was gonna do something. Uh-huh. That wasn't it. What did I want to do? You shall not join the glorious 1.1%. No, I'm good. I think I'm good. Thanks.
Can't do that.
I have the
Sorry,
fucking
I can't.
cyberpunk song Fade Away stuck in my head.
Can't do that.
Apologies. But yeah,
Sorry,
no.
I
I find
can't.
it that as a person who plays these
Sorry,
games
I can't.
and actually reads
Can't
shit
do that.
and cares about lore, somehow that already makes me the 1%.
Sorry, I can't.
It's just a different kind of 1%. I think that's it. I think we can get out. I was wondering, is there a speed thing? Because some of these games have it. Like a little fast forward thingy. Cancel action, rotate formation, stealth toggle. Select first party member. There it is. Called it. There's always something like that. Souls player who enjoys reading a lot. There you go. That's like an even smaller percentage. 0.01%. Exactly. That is exactly it. Vroom, look at us. We're so fast now. Fast as fuck. Boy.
Sorry, I can't.
Oh, but you will.
Can't do that.
It's okay. Reading the items in a Souls game is super important. I know. I am well aware. Where's... Is she? Where's my girl? I thought she'd be here. I saw those camping items somewhere else.
Huh.
Oh, okay. So I can't get there anymore. I used to be able to get there. Anything on this side? Yeah. I've seen it looks POE3 behind you.
Sorry, I can't.
Vanishes in a puff of smoke. Oh yeah. I'm still hoping, okay? Today I heard that apparently Baldur's Gate 4 has actually been genuinely confirmed by Wizards of the Coast. They just haven't figured out which studio they want to have make it, because Larian has already said they won't, so...
Can't do that. Can't do that.
I wonder. As for PoE 3, I am on full-blown copium. I believe it will happen. Eventually. Dear Wizards of the Coast, you suck. I don't trust you. I don't trust them either. But whether Baldur's Gate 4 ends up coming out and being good or not is going to depend entirely on which studio they pick. It's not really about me trusting Wizards of the Coast. It's about whether I trust the studio that they pick. I just don't know whether I trust them to pick a good studio. That's a different matter entirely. Where am I supposed to go again? I think it was Bastard City, right? Our boy is there. Dad Tunon is there, if I recall correctly. Oh yeah. I am recalling correctly as fuck, boy. Owlcat or Obsidian would actually be the correct answer. Yeah, but when the question is which studio should build this CRPG, the only correct answer is always Obsidian by default, okay? And then there's like very specific games where I would answer Owlcat. Since Lauren said no. Yeah. The ideal is always Obsidian. Although, in this case, I actually might consider Owlcat, because if we get Baldur's Gate 4, we already know that the voice actors from Baldur's Gate 3, a lot of them have come out and said that they would love to come back. Like, if there's a Baldur's Gate 4 and you want the characters from Baldur's Gate 3 to show up again, that they would love to come back and voice them again. The problem is that if that happens, then you're going to have to take into account the one thing Obsidian is terrified of. The one thing they won't touch with a 10-foot pole. Romance. So, Owlcat, who, at least Olga, my favorite writer at Owlcat, she, I think she's now their senior, like, narrative designer or something, but Olga is responsible for Marajai's romance. She's responsible for Tristan's romance. So my favorite romances in Owlcat games, basically. If anyone could handle that shit properly, it would be her. So I might prefer to give it to Owlcat. I have doubt Owlcat have this experience with 3D Engine. That's my concern. It's like, grab Owlcat's writers, okay, but then everything else from Obsidian, and hopefully we have something good out of Baldur's Gate 4. A girl can dream. A girl can also cope. Cope really heavily. Does it work that way? Shut up. It works however the fuck I want. Lady Lucretius. Okay. That's very Roman of you, ma'am. Kairos is standard, imposing sight for both conquered and unconquered alike. Oh. Hello. The Bastard City. Okay. Wizards of the Coast won't go back in the engine for BG4. Well, yeah, obviously not. So yeah, no. If we really can't make concessions, then Obsidian would probably be the best. I was about to say old BioWare, but then I'm like, they're just as likely to make another Veilguard as they are to make an actual good game, so I'm a little scared. Yeah, no, I guess Obsidian it is. Studios that sold themselves out to giant corporations like EA and Microsoft, it's just sad. I get it. I understand. I know why they did it. But the result is predictable as shit. It's always the same. They always end up dying. Their IPs always end up dying. It's either Obsidian or bust. Or they might go for something stupid. Who fucking knows, man? This well-dressed older woman. Older? She looks... okay. Stands apart from the milling crowd of nobles. She stares off into the distance, oblivious to your approach, until you're right in front of her. Oh, greetings! She offers a reserved smile. Anda Lucretius, formerly of Thistleholm. You have the look of someone who belongs here. A fate binder, no doubt. One studio that could have a shot are those who made Solasta. Not really. My understanding is that Solasta is just as 2D as most Allocout shit. Solasta's story wasn't amazing, it was just good. My understanding is that Solasta was mostly known for being really, really good with its like combat system and stuff, but that the story and character writing was eh. So, I don't know. Oh, greetings. Anda Lucretius. She needs something from me. Well, you're an NPC standing in my way, so I guess. What are all these nobles doing in Tunon's court? Trying to look brave, I warrant. But if you crane an ear to any of their conversations, you'll hear a different tale. I noticed. You set up shop. We're still getting used to our new masters and figuring out what we can and can't ask of them. These are smart, ring-plenty folk. So rich motherfuckers. Rich people. The way they approach Tunon, you'd think they were raised under a tyrant's lash. Some have come to settle a grievance, others to pledge fealty. I've been standing around long enough to know that the adjudicator doesn't care for empty gestures. How has the bastard city fared since how have they fared since the conquest? The armies claimed the city in a quieter, more organized manner than I might have expected. I can credit them that much, to be sure. Good description. Aye. We've suffered our share of hardships, but it seems that Kairos wants us alive. That's a more generous outcome than some of us were led to believe. It brings a noble like yourself to Tunon's court. Like the rest of my frightened inbreds here, I came to see Tunon and ask him to right a wrong. My manor was destroyed during the conquest. I told the adjudicator my woes, but we didn't exactly see eye to eye. Tell me about yourself. Daughter of a noble house, we were wealthy enough to live in the city, but our means beyond that were limited. My mother dealt in fish, textiles, and bronze. By the time I inherited, the business was taking care of itself. Of course, all that was changed. Would stifle our trading rights. Perhaps it's better this way. Wild. What's Thistleholm? It was my family's ancestral hall. The oldest stones dated back to years when the bastard city was naught but a dozen roofs and wagons clustering with warmth. Compared to the houses of the great lords, it was nothing special. Age had softened the wood, and its queer placement in the warehouse district set it apart from the finer grounds where lords and ladies strolled for amusement. It was a mess, but our mess all the same. I'd invite you over for tea. Something stronger even, but it would only disappoint. You'll find naught there but a gaping hole. What happened? Collateral damage happened. When the adjudicator cast his judgment on the bastard city, he destroyed the districts of the corrupt merchant kings, their manors, their counting houses, and yes, their warehouses. Aged, dignified Thistleholm collapsed as a massive sinkhole opened under her foundation. Bastard city's laws may not have been perfect by Chorus' standards, but my family followed them with respect, and never took a copper ring more than we deserved. I can't help but feel that my state was not the criminal Tunon had in mind during his sentencing. So what are you gonna do next? That's the question, isn't it? I appealed to the adjudicator, thinking he would see reason. After considering my case for all of 8 seconds, he awarded me a belt of rings and a plot of land on the outskirts of the city. Get fucked. Tunon told me to build anew and start farming. Farming! Can you believe that? It's not even that I'm opposed to the labor, but we're in a war. I can't have the Scarlet Chorus breathing down my neck, raiding my crops, and Kairos knows what else. See, I'm sorry to tell you this, but I am a massive Tunon simp. For now. So, Kairos' laws are made to serve the masses, not the individual. Wait. Tunon's word is Kairos' law, whether you think it fair or not. Ooh, that's even more simp. Let's fucking go. Don't I know it? Meaning no disrespect to you or your office, I never questioned the power of Tunon's word. Come from a long line of smart, ring-savvy merchants, but even I can't reconcile Tunon's justice with Kairos' law. There's something wrong about it all. Maybe Tunon knows something I don't. Or maybe... What do you mean? People come here for justice, they usually get a version of it, but it's Tunon's version, not theirs. Half of the time, they don't even get what they wanted out of the ruling in their favor. They're deemed to a farm, for instance. Not to put my own ignorance on display, but if more people knew how Kairos' law worked, they might not come here seeking a ruling at all, even a fair one. Tunon is a servant of law, but he's the Overlord's vassal as much as any of us. Sometimes it seems like he uses his position to twist everything in the Empire's favor. We're just pieces on a board, and he can move us wherever the law justifies that we stand. That doesn't sound, well, legal. You're very funny, ma'am. I'll keep that in mind when I chop off your head. Ooh! Subterfuge 38. Fascinating. Now, how much is my silence worth to you, ungrateful one? Oh, that's beautiful. Ooh, do I extort this woman? Nah, I'm gonna simp for Tunon. Tunon isn't wanting to change his mind, unfair as it might seem. The ruling stands. I had no thought to dispute the ruling, but I appreciate the kindness of your tone all the same. It's an uncommon thing to find in the bastard city these days. Very well, Quickbinder. Be well. I'm trying to be nice, you know. Well met. Well met to you too, ma'am.
Can't do that.
Oh, they're over here. Aw, but big, tall Iron Mommy isn't. The fuck? Where's big, tall Iron Mommy? Why isn't she here? I missed her already. Sevius is here, and Aurora. I think I remember that name, but not big, tall Iron Mommy. Tunon! You're hovering. The fuck, Tunon? Tunon, you're a little weird, buddy.
You call yourselves officers of Kairos' army, but your conduct falls short of my expectations. The court finds your accounts of Vendrian's well lacking, rife with misdirection and fallacy, fouled with baseless accusation.
Okay. Your Honor, I have relayed the events as I experienced them. You can well imagine with my version why my version conflicts with his. On my honor, and on that of the Great General, I would sooner snap my sword than perjure myself before you, Archon. So you imply that falsehood comes easier to my lips than yours? Yes. You're a fool if you believe the Archon of Justice won't see through your lies because the disfavored think themselves better than an honest gang. An honest gang! Deadass motherfucker just said the words an honest gang with a serious look on his face.
Silence. The contradictions in your statements will be examined, and falsities threshed from truths. If we find you have perjured yourselves, Bled and Mark will see to your fate.
Boy.
Fatebinder, we will start with the matter of the Archons. Graven Ash and the Voices of Nerat have declared war upon each other. In addition to violating Kairos' peace, They have thrown the conquest of the Tears into disarray. By all accounts, these hostilities began shortly after your arrival. Tell us what transpired.
The voices of Narat may have killed Graven Ash's son, or worse.
Could this be true? The senseless killing of a good Northman, especially the Archon's blood kin, is no small act of war. The voices of Narat would answer for this crime.
Clearly, the Fatebinder has spent too much time resolving the problems of others. She sees only controversy and intrigue. It's no wonder that we're worse off now than before she arrived. The Archons could not agree on who should lead the siege and descended into accusations of treachery. The Archons have been of different minds since the start of this war.
Your perspective is appreciated, but the dispositions of the two Archons are already a matter of record.
You could not agree on who to lead the siege. So we were more deserving of the honor. Our tactics and training outmatched the Vendrian Guard at every turn. What balderdash! The disfavored couldn't tip over a straw, but if they had a week to strategize. A straw hut if they had a week to strategize. Our howling mob was better equipped to overwhelm the Vendrian Guard. Our recruits were ready to throw themselves at the enemy, if only Ash and his legion would agree to our plan.
The Fatebinder presents testimony. I warn you both against speaking out of turn. Something more than a mere disagreement unraveled this campaign. But I will return to that in time. Let us speak of Ascension Hall. The disfavored sing your praises across the realm, though the Scarlet Chorus appeal for charges of treason. Perhaps you can offer a more enlightened account.
I claimed the Citadel with a small unit of disfavored.
An efficient solution. The type I would expect from a capable agent. Tell me, though, with the edict looming overhead and death the price of failure, why not employ the numerical advantage of the Scarlet Chorus?
The voices of Narat provoked Ash at every turn. I suspected treachery. For a long while, the adjudicator hovers in silence, shadows trailing from below his robes.
I will consider this testimony at length. The court thanks you for it. Is there anything you wish to add at this time?
I told you all I know.
Your testimony is accepted by the court. The statements of our guests raise questions in my mind. There is much about this campaign that has caused me to wonder. A shipment of iron weapons was short on arrival. Where coveted iron is concerned, I don't believe it to be a clerical error. One of my agents recovered this seal in Echo Call. It belongs to a merchant collective. Lethian's Crossing is teeming with their kind. If you would root out treachery, I would advise starting there. Petitioners, leave us. I would have a private audience with the Fatebinder.
Ooh.
Ascend and join me.
Ooh.
You'll find the way opened.
Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. Motherfucker just teleports. Poof.
On it.
Do you guys want to chat? Fatebinder? I'm ill at ease in this polished hall, but I admit that it's a reprieve from the battlefield and training grounds. If Ash needs me to stay here and represent his interests through the occupation, then I'll be up to the task. Throughout the occupation, then I'll be up to the task. It can't be worse than our days in Lethian's Crossing. Joking aside, you were generous to grant the disfavored control over the city. Even the Iron Legends need a break. The Iron Legion needs a break from the front every once in a while. Anything beats a prolonged siege, hey, Fatebinder? Enjoy the war while you can. I wonder if I'd kept the... If I hadn't thrown that bitch down the fucking spire, you know, the one I pushed off the spire. I wonder if I'd kept her, if I could have used her as a... how do you call it? Like, as a witness in this trial. Because I'm pretty sure she was the one... Wasn't she the one who admitted that she was getting intel from the voices of Narat? I prefer to spend as little time here as possible. I feel strangely exposed. Fair warning, when you backed Ash, you were as good as signing in your death warrant, but we shouldn't discuss such things in a court of law. You'll make our time in the tears an interesting one, won't you? Of course you will. I'd immolate you right where you stand if it weren't for Tunon's breathing down our neck. Well then, thank fuck Tunon's here.
Can't do that.
Oh, there's other fate binders. Hi guys, do you want to chat? My brothers and sisters. Fate binder, you return. You look as if you have questions for me to untangle. Game. Please. Please. Tell me something. Oh, not again. Ramus of the Mire, the Archon of Fungus, produced most of the flora in the swampland of Nettlebog. A stooped hermit who rather resembled a dapperling, he was never once reported to have left his swamp. Some believe he still lives within the land, though there's been no sign of him in nearly 300 years. I'm not entirely sure how many Archons Kairos has killed, but I would guess it numbers several dozen or more based on the various histories I've been able to piece together. First Archon of Frost, but his talents were improved upon by 3 following Archons. Sisters born together and never since been apart. It is said Rana, Mirabelle, and Slayer were so cool at birth that they were thought stillborn. Second Archon of Lightning often struggled to control the power that rolled within him. If he suffered but a single slip of concentration, he risked an instant electrocution to his touch. Or so he claimed after killing the first Archon of Water during a diplomatic embrace. Hilarious. Archon of Pestilence was disliked. When she opened her eyes to see and her mouth to speak, it is said that flies would gust into the air. Well, that's not very nice, no. Okay, what did you study when you were younger? As long as I've been aware, as a child, I demonstrated a wholly perfect recall, and I absorbed. Okay, so you have very good memory. I'm jealous, bro. Right. What do you think about the other fate binders? You'll need to be more specific. What about the fate binder of war? Keen, brash, and a hearty braggart with a fondness for bloodshed. He can be utterly unbearable at times. His justice is fair, even if he skews towards rather exacting and uncompromising punishments at times. The balance guy? Finest among us. Her discernment is beyond reproach, and she's perhaps Tunon's favorite. She has a mind for suspicion and observation that makes others uneasy. We who operate within the confines of the law have nothing to fear, of course. What's your opinion of me? You follow an orderly path, regimented and organized. Perhaps too orderly for our station, but that is neither here nor there if you execute your job with wisdom. Be sure you don't stray to the path of chaos. Down that way lies rebellion. Okay, can you tell me about the old walls and the Bane? Old walls. Okay, Kairos would know. The Bane. Nothing new. Like to know more about the tiers? Ah, fuck. Bastard tier is the most northern of the tiers. Ba-bam. Curious to know about the Younger Realms. Fertile land, which fed the whole of the tiers. That was before Kairos' Edict of Stone blighted the land. What the fuck, Kairos? What a huge waste of resources, Kairos. Oh, so Stalwart hasn't actually fallen yet? I'd like to hear about the Free Cities. The first and strongest of the Free Cities was the Setting Sun, which Kairos crushed in 429 with the Edict of Tumult. After that, the remaining Free Cities were quick to surrender. Of course. I want to talk about the Sages, apparently. You will not speak of the Sages. They're no better than charlatans and cons who's selfish in their ill pursuit to hoard all knowledge from others. They are self-binded by their own deceptions and clever manipulations. Jesus Christ. Okay, buddy, chill. let's talk to someone else. Domina, I see you've returned to the fold. Your exploits in Vendrian's Well are the matter of some discussion. It regards you with a discerning eye, and for a moment you feel as if she's trying to peer into your very depths of your mind. What can I do for you? Touches a gentle hand to your shoulder. I am incredibly uncomfortable right now, ma'am. Has anything happened while I was away? Nunaval was dispatched to Stalwart to break the stalemate between the locals and the disfavored. He proclaimed Kairos' Edict of Storms, shattering the country with winds unending. There's been whispers that Cain grew disloyal. Sure, you can imagine the court can't be seen to openly favor one side or the other, so Tunon and his fate binders play at impartiality. You seem to operate in a longer leash these days, don't you? Tunon shows you great favor. Smile. You seem to know much of my actions. Have you been spying on me? Don't act so surprised. It's my duty to ensure that those who operate under the Adjudicator's name adhere to the spirit of his law, if not the very letter. And those who don't will be dealt with, swiftly, efficiently, at the point of blood and Mark's blade. Of course, that is assuming I don't dispatch them first. I take my duty seriously, and I am very, very good at it. How have you occupied your time in the Bastard City? Sends me on assignments here and there. I settle disputes between the locals and the adjudicators, otherwise occupied. Everything from trade disagreements to pushing chorus squatters out of basements. Real rewarding work. Glory of war is not an honor reserved for the likes of us. We're the fish swimming in Tunon's wake, picking up scraps along the way. We're rather large and imposing compared to the bottom feeders of the tiers, but fish all the same. I'd like to know more about Tunon. That's Dad. Go on, or does he intimidate you still? She chuckles softly. I jest, of course. Bitch. Some concerns about the war. Divided, we cannot win. I'm less concerned about the armies than the Archons themselves. There can be no order when mountains collide. Who would you see as champion? I guess the disfavored. I was thinking of trying to pretend to be impartial, but the game seems to be very upset at me every time I do that. Oh, wait, I forgot to... I'm sorry, Mr. Nunaval. I completely forgot to talk to you. So who the fuck are you? Oh, Domina. You returned unscathed and more acclaimed than ever, as seems to be your way. The Fatebinder of War claps your good naturally and with excessive strength on the back. Come, you must regale me with all that your journey has held. I could use a moment of respite between friends. He regards you with a warm, boisterous smile. Aww. Speak as you wish. I'd pay a boar's weight in rings to know your thoughts. He rakes a hand through his thick, red beard and offers you a grin. Come, let us speak freely. How were you singled out to become a Fatebinder? Joined the court when I was yet still a boy. Death sentence for crime of desecrating corpses. Nothing so excited as to what you're no doubt imagining. I was merely burning corpses that awaited burial. Before the local authority could see me to the gallows, the adjudicator claimed me a great talent waiting to be realized, needing only to be steered. There was a time when even the Nornmen were a superstitious stock. Time before Kairos brought reason to the realms. The people of my city believed that, without proper rites, I was cheating our fallen warriors from returning to the land. Okay, why burn the bodies? Corpses piling in the streets spread plague. This man is incredibly intelligent and reasonable. It's a good thing Tunon spared you. As I have said, the adjudicator saw within me something of rare value, as is true for us all. You as well were chosen for our great court, for which I'm grateful. As a Fatebinder of War, I rely heavily on your talents. Talk about something else. Curious about Tunon's masks. They'd be rather unsettly, can't they? Even to one such as me. But I can assure you the innocent need not fear their objective emotionless gaze. Silent face. Shows to us now. For that we are fortunate beyond belief. The silent face is a patient face. A face for listening, as Tunon presides over all matters brought to the court, taking great pains to ensure all sides of an issue are heard. Face of resolve. Tunon's last known dawning of the face of resolve was the moment he judged and called ruin to half the districts in the bastard city. Since then, he has ruled our northern tier justly, calmly, and with efficient diplomacy. Face that is no more. Served to have worn a third mask in eons past. I've heard rumor that the face displeases Kairos, and thus was destroyed, as happens to all persons and objects that displease our overlord. Interesting. Very interesting. Have you seen Tunon change his masks? In the way that you or I would change our raiment? No, not as such. And yet, I have seen the masks shift. They switch without the adjudicator or anyone so much as laying a hand on them. It's not something you can watch unfold. After a time, you merely realize it has already happened. There is work enough for the court that we shouldn't occupy ourselves wondering over mysteries. Pussy. Could you remind me of the history and origins of those fate binders? Oh god. Yeah, whatever. Tell me more about Kairos' army. With friends like these, our work is often self-explanatory. Are you asking about Scarlet Chorus, I guess? Right. It's favored. Right, nothing new here. I've claimed the spire at Vendrin's well. So the court whispers are true. Someday, I would like to witness for myself this tower that has risen above the realms like a blade thrust into the sky. Sure, you can stop by for tea or something. I'd hear of your past victories in the war of recent events. Have you not yet tired of my tales, Domina? I do admit, I never tired of telling them. Very well then, let me champion the feats of my conquest. Let the glory of Kairos' reign fall on any ears that would hear of it. Studying the prowess of the southern beastmen. Right. Oh, wait. I haven't run out of them yet. Fuck. I pulled the teeth of a liar and strung them about his neck so that he might consider his words with more care in the future. You just murdered a bunch of people who tried to revolt. Gotcha. I've entreated a forge-bound smith to craft me an iron sword, one he claims will not break in battle. However, and rather unfortunately, there appears to be an extended period of delay for the delivery of goods promised, even for a fate binder. Few brave men who had trespassed in the old walls. In fact, I haven't enjoyed a spark quite so much in ages. I nearly felt ashamed to put them to the sword for their crimes. Okay, I've run out of his stories. Okay, Tunon, please. I feel like this stream is just gonna be me talking. Bloody hell, guys, come on. Hey, buddy.
This civil war, this feud, is an insult to Kairos' peace. It should not have taken the better part of a year to silence the last vestiges of the Oathbreakers.
I agree, Your Honor.
Our allies squabble while our enemies regroup. It falls upon the court to measure the extent of the damage and to execute the agents of disorder. I suspect that treachery, negligence, disunity, and greed have infected one or both of our esteemed allies. Until you are instructed otherwise, this matter is the court's primary focus. Graven Ash and the voices of Nerat must be examined in close detail. You are charged with observing the Archons and presenting your case that one of them has wrought chaos and disorder upon the tiers.
Could they both be guilty?
It's possible, but the momentum of the conquest up to this point suggests otherwise. The failure at Vendrian's Well implies a coordinated will behind the chaos. As always, you will be held accountable for what you do in the court's name. But you are free to conduct your investigation in the manner of your choosing. You must expect lies, misdirection, and manipulation. Suffer not such obstructions of justice. The disfavored seem the logical first step in your inquiry. The Legion holds you in some esteem. Engraven Ash has shown deference to the court in times past. No doubt the disfavored will be rife with accusations and evidence against the voices of Nerat. Graven Ash is a noble man, but never underestimate his capacity for deception. A wise general succeeds by knowing when to be unreadable to the enemy. You should, of course, speak with the Scarlet Chorus and gather their testimony, but it stands to reason that most in the chorus would sooner brag about a pauldron fashioned from your skull than entertain your questions. Do not regret killing the rabble that impede your investigation. They will be easily replaced.
I'll speak with the Archon of War. Well, if Graven Ash were guilty, I'd imagine all his soldiers would lie for him.
I concur. Graven Ash has a reputation for honor and nobility, but nobody is above reproach. If he is guilty of treachery in some fashion, his loyal soldiers will not be the ones to betray him. But if anyone is conducting a symphony of lies, common sense would point to the voices of Nerat. Your fellow Fatebinders have been busy acting as my eyes and ears. I have a few leads for you to follow. You should, of course, speak with your brothers and sisters of the court if you need further counsel.
Been there, done that.
The disfavored have made use of the Sage's network of dovecoats and messenger birds as they come under capture. I've heard multiple claims of strategic communications. The Sages are broken, their citadel in flames, but they were not slaughtered to the last.
Yeah, that was me, sorry.
Some of their numbers still congregate around the smoking husk of their burning library. If they have been reading disfavored communications, learn what they learned, then execute them.
Okay.
The Oathbreakers were reported to be using iron armaments, more than they might acquire from looting what few disfavored they killed. Any iron in the tiers not rusted through was made by forge-bound hands in Lethian's Crossing. Between craftsman and quartermaster, someone let iron fall into enemy hands. Investigate this matter and bring the thieves to justice.
I have a feeling Ebb is going to hate me.
There is a final matter to discuss. A sensitive topic.
Oh? What concerns the court, Your Honor?
In spite of the many shortcomings at Vendrian's Well, you managed to make a name for yourself. You proclaimed an Edict of Kairos, resolved its demanding conditions, and ascended the mountain spire. Any one of these feats would be worthy of recognition by the highest authority. You managed to accomplish 3.
I was only doing my job, Your Honor.
Your sense of obligation to your role is admirable, but modesty will not recommend you to the task ahead. Whether by design or by accident, you have captured the attention of Kairos' army and the local tiersmen alike. This is no small opportunity, and the court charges you with exploiting your new standing to its fullest potential.
Sure.
You have a title in our hierarchy. However, it's a little-known secret that one's standing in the world is determined by their infamy, their deeds, and how they come to be known. Mind this notion as you bring justice to this lawless frontier. There may come a time when your deeds speak for you louder than any title. If your killing spree in the bastard city is any indication, you are no stranger to spreading infamy already. Whatever you did to capture the attention of the masses at Vendrian's Well, I would encourage you to do so again.
Understood. I will be known as a champion of justice.
Good. It falls to us to set a new standard for these southern barbarians.
Jesus Christ.
You are dismissed. Should the court have need of your presence, you will receive word. Go forth and do my bidding, and bring glory and honor to the tears in Kairos' name.
Tunon raps his gavel against the floor, the singular note resounding through the hall. Okay. Oh. Oh, he TP'd again. Okay. Great. Fine. Why not? I assume you won't talk to me anymore? Oh, he will. What does you wish to know? So here's the kicker. I have a request from Barak of the Stone Shields. And what does Barak of the Stone Shields want of the court? He has made his displeasure known in a loud enough voice to collapse the tears upon each other. He came to inquire if the Forgebound could help remove his armor. If he had become encased in iron, that is none of the court's concern. My Forgebound smiths are occupied crafting weapons for the army, and I would not have their focus diverted to liberate one soldier from his raiment. Stone Shield, do the disfavored not have standards for the upkeep of armor and arms and armor? Is this not one of your Archon's guiding principles? It is, Your Honor, but I found myself trapped in this junk pile after the Edict of Storms hit Stalwart. If you want to blame anyone, it should be Kairos. Barak, what the fuck? You can't just say that! Will not interfere with the will of Kairos. Oh shit. I'd rather not piss off Dad. But, well, Raph's still pretty low. Will you tell me about Grandpa? Kairos is our overlord. She? Couldn't help notice that you refer to Kairos as a woman. Beware of that trajectory of thought. Save for her perfection, there is little about Kairos to which we could ascribe recognizable attributes. Power is distant and unknowable as the Overlord should transcend our petty dualities. Male, female, it makes no difference. Kairos is mother to us all. Weren't we literally talking about this yesterday? Kairos is everything all at once. Just all of it. Kairos is every gender. And none of them at the same time. How old is Kairos? Her age upon Taratus is magnificent. Her true span defines measurements by our limited construct of time. It would be a waste to spend our few pitiable years attempting to solve that riddle of existence. Think of Kairos not as subject to beginnings or endings. Kairos is, and Kairos will ever be. It's your relationship to Kairos. She is my master, and I her dutiful pupil. In this respect, you and I are no different. I have the honor of Kairos' confidence. She trusts me to enact her law upon the boundless territory of her rule. I am only too grateful to serve. I am the voice of Kairos' will, the harbinger of her judgment, and the arm of her justice. Let me ask you about something else, I guess. One second. I just pissed him off twice in a row, and I'd rather not. I have some theories, and I'd rather not piss off Tunon just yet. Might need it for later. Oh? So senses. Well, it was madness, Your Honor. No one could be expected to act in a rational way. No. Perhaps I expected too much of my servants. Is that it? No, Your Honor, but if you hear my testimony, I think you'll understand. I see but our alternative has presented itself, Fatebinder. Will you audience this case in my stead? I'm curious what matter of conclusions you draw. I'm ready to hear the case. Excellent. The testimony will begin. I'm afraid it's a sensitive matter. I was away from the city, seeing to a military camp, when I discovered 2 Scarlet Chorus soldiers defiling a woman. A local from the Tiers. Yes. And I understand that it's a common enough occurrence in that army, but I couldn't stand for it. I was brought up to know better. I was taught to be better. What happened next? I fought the recruits, they fought back, but in the end my skills won out. After they were both dead, I let the poor woman go. Their gang boss witnessed everything, though he didn't intervene until it was all done. I was trussed up and brought back to court in a wagon, where you find me now. And what fine company you made on the journey over. The gang boss spreads his lips open in a toothy grin. The defendant is charged with the murder of subjects who were owed the protection of Kairos' law. Fatebinder, I assume you wish to cross-examine? Why isn't the victim of assault a matter of concern? She was a denizen of the Tiers. She has no rights under Kairos' law. This is a fun game, although it looks like a RuneScape mod. It's an old school CRPG, so yeah, they tend to look like that. Although it is odd considering that it was made in 2016, and in 2016 most CRPGs don't look like this anymore. They look a little better. Oh god. Okay. The magic system is really intricate. It's quite nice, yeah. I quite like it. So denizen of the Tiers, she has no rights under Kairos' law. This is a simple murder trial, and the defendant stands before you. Caution against burdening yourself with extraneous variables. The gang boss didn't intervene at all. If my recruits couldn't defend themselves against a glorified clerk, then their lives were forfeit as far as I'm concerned. Good riddance. Okay, well then you just admitted that you don't actually consider it to be murder. I'm still happy to get satisfaction out of the matter. Law is the law. All he did was joke about how the court would be merciless, laughed all the way to the bastard city. Didn't seem particularly bent out of shape over his lost men. Sounds about right. Did you speak with the Tiers woman? Only briefly. She thanked me before fleeing. I didn't want to keep her. She'd suffered enough at the hands of those soldiers. You don't think she said anything about wishing to join the army? Oh! Oh shit, she's fucking smart. Bitch is smart. Are you sure she didn't say anything about wanting to join the army? She definitely wasn't in the area for that very purpose. That's right. She only mentioned it in passing, but she told me she was attempting to make contact with the Scarlet Chorus, you know, to join them. That was when the soldiers attacked. I hope this has a point, Fatebinder. Do you regret your actions? No, if our positions were reversed, I would have wanted someone to step in on my behalf. Kairos' law be damned. Suppose I should keep my distance from the Scarlet Chorus in the future. I might not be able to restrain myself if I saw it happening again. I'm ready to give my ruling. I'm gonna piss off Tunon if I do that. Fights get out of hand all the time. The Fightbinder's intent was pure. She's innocent. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm certain that the servants of Kairos would interpret the matter differently were they alive to speak in their defense. Since yours is the only ruling voice, the court bows to your judgment. There you go, then. How much fear do I already have of him? Oh well. Tell me about Kairos. His relationship to Kairos. Ask about something else. Tell me about Bledenmark. He's my headsman and an assassin. I love that they put in the effort to try and animate the little portraits depending on their responses. It's a nice touch. I actually quite like it, yeah. I've been thinking about it and I was like, you know what? At the lack of a proper animation with like, you know, like Baldur's Gate 3 levels of whenever you talk to a character, you get to see them in full 3D fucking up close. With considering that that's out of the picture, this is probably the next best thing. CRPGs usually don't have any animations whatsoever. Or the ability to look at the fucking face. So this is better than nothing. For sure. Baldur's Gate spoiled us. Baldur's Gate showed us the fucking way. The way forward for CRPGs, okay? And the way forward's expensive as fuck. He's my headsman and assassin without equal. His official designation in Kairos' hierarchy is the Archon of Shadows. Though I wonder what he ever considers himself aught but a slayer of the unjust. How did he earn his title? Yeah, Eris, how did he earn his title? Eris, are you an Archon? Are you an Archon, Eris? No? Okay. His work away from the court takes Bledenmark to the dark place of the world. The Tears and the Northern Empire alike. Over time, Shadows became his dominion. They cloak him, protect him, and even fight for him, if the need arises. Bledenmark can travel to any place where shadows are cast. Only he would know this for certain. Does Bledenmark serve you alone? Your question is flawed. We are all servants of Kairos. The Archons are all agents of their own interests, those chosen few empowered to bring order to the world in accordance with Kairos' peace. Presence, Bledenmark is my vassal and I his patron. The relationship is not so different from Graven Ashen Cairn, the fallen Archon, or Voices of Nerat and his songbird Siren. Such partnerings and apprenticeships are common. They provide mutual benefit to the Archons involved, as well as a measure of oversight. Back to my other questions. Curious about you, Archon. Yeah, I'm curious about you, Tunon. Curiosity is not a trait that I encourage in my servants. God fucking damn it. Too often have I witnessed such activity leading down a path of lawlessness. However, if you feel that a better understanding of me will inform your work, then I will allow it. What would you know? Tell me about your rise to become adjudicator. Curb your ambition, student. My path to this dais is not one that could be replicated under any circumstances. However, if your curiosity is determined, I will tell you my story. I wish to understand law and your execution of it. An admirable pursuit. You know much of Kairos' law and the maintenance of order already. My history may tell you something of how it can be used to win wars. I came into the world centuries ago, before the dream of a unified Northern Empire was fully realized. My home country lay far from the borders of Kairos' realm, and our conquest was a matter of distant speculation. Decades before rumor of Kairos' approach grew in panicked volume, I familiarized myself with the intricacies of her law. It took me no time at all to realize the benefits of our inevitable subjugation. I took it upon myself to rise in my country's governance as an arbiter of law and drafter of covenants, building some notoriety for my execution of fair justice. As my influence and the trust of my people evolved, my decisions transcended to define future precedent. What my countrymen would not have surmised was that I had woven into our customs the very backbone of Kairos' law. I set the stage for the conquest of our floundering nation to join the Overlord's empire. By the time the Overlord's armies presented themselves and offered terms of surrender, we had adopted Kairos' peace in all but name. Our absorption into the Northern Empire was a matter of legal formality, negligible change to our already beloved document of law. The people credited me as the architect of peace, and for a time called me Tunon the Fair. As my importance grew in their estimate, Kairos could not help but learn of the part I played in their bloodless victory. Kairos' law had a breadth of intricacies that is unapproachable to the masses. I was chosen to interpret and represent the Overlord's will across the Northern Empire and beyond. This time as adjudicator, it is my pride, my duty, and my life. What does it mean to be an Archon? I'm a figure of power and significance, and under Kairos' mandate, I am able to exercise my authority to the benefit of all. Had I not earned the Overlord's approval, I would not stand tall before you. You wouldn't stand at all, honey. Did you come into power yourself, or did Kairos foster your talents? An astute question. Doubtless I exhibited some spark of potential on my own. Insignificant, though, enough to accomplish deeds of note. Only under Kairos' tutelage have I grown to these heights. Could anyone become an Archon? Absolutely not. Only a precious few grow into this authority, where otherwise Taratus would descend into pandemonium. Of those who rise into power, fewer still have the self-control to make lawful use of their talents, and of those who can, fewer still are deemed worthy of Kairos' approval. Is every Archon subservient to Kairos? All are subservient before Kairos, but I intuit your meaning. The Overlord takes great pains to recognize potential before an Archon comes into their power. They will have faced the harshest scrutiny by an agent of recruitment, if not Blood and Mark himself. Those who are found worthy of incredible deeds but refuse to join their strength to the needs of the Empire are doomed to die. Those who wish to make a name for themselves are invited into the fold to serve and rule the needs of the Empire. That is the price of power in Kairos' hierarchy. Let's go back to my questions. I'm not allowed to ask what's the deal with your mask. Fair enough. Did you come up with the Office of Fatebinders? Indirectly, yes. Just as I am the representative of Kairos' law across Stratos, you are the face of my judgment for the people. I took inspiration from the Overlord's example, as we all should. The people needed an approachable face to settle their grievances, and I am not available to adjudicate on every sharecropper's dispute. The Fatebinders were an inevitable solution. Why is curiosity such a problem? Because my vassals are not selected for their independence of thought. You are an agent of law, the execution of which falls within strict confines. Your intellect may aid the task ahead of you, but your unwavering obedience is of greater value to me. You want me to interpret Kairos' law to fit any circumstance? Naturally, but take care that you do not let your intellect veer you from the straightforward path. I have seen it happen, and lost more than one pupil who thought themselves above their station, convinced that they knew better. What happened to those pupils? Anyone who oversteps their bounds, is given the opportunity to amend their ways. Those who fail to heed my warnings show contempt for Kairos' peace and are treated accordingly. The purpose of law is to set the standard for others. Though I am generous with the freedom I offer the Fatebinders, you are still inextricably tied to Kairos' law. Straining that tether to a breaking point will affect poorly upon you. I wish to speak about the matter of law. Then you are well situated, for my court is the legal heart of this corrupt and uncivilized realm. What matter draws your curiosity? You are already well versed in Kairos' law, but I am happy to discuss the particulars. I wish to discuss Kairos' peace. The cornerstone of our wartime efforts, of course. Kairos' peace guarantees all willing supplicants under the Overlord's authority a place in her world. The exact wording of the bylaw is, your life is not yours to discard. The Overlord has plans for you. This extends to several spheres of influence. Among others, it grants protection to enemies who surrender in a time of war, and it forbids suicide, I noticed. To dispense with the Overlord's vassal and property is prohibited. Remind me how the Overlord's name may be used. It is not forbidden to cross one's tongue with Kairos' name, but it behooves one to use caution and respect. The Overlord's name is not yours to give, whether to progeny, product, location, or abstraction. Slander of the Overlord is punishable by death. There is only one Kairos, and her name is safeguarded. No one may say Kairos and have it obfuscate by a second meaning. Neither will her name be associated to trivialities. A gambler will not attribute his fortune to Kairos' luck, or his misfortune to Kairos' scorn. Such an association lowers the Overlord in the public estimate, and is rightly considered slander most foul. We've been seeing a lot of people theorize about whether magic comes from some kind of, like, if you believe hard enough sort of thing. I wonder if the reason for this is that if you believe Kairos to be anything less than a fucking untouchable god, that eventually that will actually cause her to lose power You know? If it's genuinely, like, inextricably related to belief, then maybe that's why. The more people fear her, the more people believe that she is a god, which also would explain why she never shows up, because if they see her, then they'll think of her as more mortal, approachable, less powerful. And the more they believe in those things, the more she loses power. Maybe. I have no idea. I'm just theorizing. Let us discuss the old walls. The old walls are forbidden, as are their contents and their denizens. Owning any item from the old walls is considered trespass, regardless of how it came into your possession. Mind that in the course of your travels. As the old walls extend across much of the tiers in the Northern Empire alike, Kairos permits her servants to pass only where she has sculpted the landscape to permit traverse. Under no circumstance are you to enter a breach in the old walls, even for a task as innocent as crossing to the other side. If these restrictions seem too severe, I would remind you that they are for the protection of Kairos' subjects. The Overlord has no desire to see any harm needlessly inflicted upon her loyal followers. I don't believe that for a fucking second. Remind me of the magician's folly. Practitioners of the arcane arts must be sanctioned by one of Kairos' guilds, such as the Blood Chanters or Forge Bound. Rogue magicians with a tenuous grasp of unknown powers will not be tolerated. Ebb looks down. As long as your Tidecaster remains your deputy, she will have the protection of the court, but not a moment longer. I must allow you to have the most fearsome agents at your side to dispense justice, but you remain culpable for her actions. This is feeling a little bit too much like Rogue Trader, I'm not gonna lie. So I start fondling that tall slab of handsome over there. You're the one guilty of molesting him. I can live with this. Wait. So if I start fondling that tall slab of handsome over there, she points to Nunoval, the guy down there. That one. You're the one guilty of molesting him. I can live with this. Ebb. Sweetie. Ebb. Please don't. A sanctioned mage whose spellcasting causes damage to life or property is lawfully deemed innocent, as long as they practice their art in the service of Kairos. All is forgiven. Let's speak of quotas and sharing. The harvest blooms and blights by the will of Kairos. In times of lean, you will be fed. In times of wealth, you will feed others. This law is a sizable category unto itself, serving many needs at once, trade and tax being only two examples. The broadest intent of the law is to empower Kairos' subjects to care for their neighbors and expect care in return. You might take note of the law's application to trade. A merchant's right to peddle their wares is defined by permits granted annually. The regional authority has the right to decide if a merchant sells cabbage one year and sandals the next. Anyone breaking through their restrictions is subject to immediate forfeiture of all assets. Curious about the restrictions on forbidden knowledge. Kairos herself set the standards of what can and cannot be known. These restrictions are rarely enforced, but they are worth taking into account. During the war, for example, Kairos deemed the knowledge of the Valium Citadel taboo. No one may possess the wisdom of that fallen repository save Kairos herself. Calling it all taboo seems a bit like overkill, but to play Kairos' advocate, pretty sure what you just did there was illegal. The world would hardly be safer if all the access to the lore of making poisons or the art of arming brigands in fine bronze. If all had access, gotcha. This is for the protection of our subjects before the coming of Kairos during the ages of anarchy and discord. Powerful knowledge in undeserving hands leveled empires without thought or mercy. Kairos has no desire to revisit those dark times. Am I beholden to these laws? That should not be in question. We're all subjects of Kairos. Her laws define and regulate our very way of life. With that said, as an agent of law, you are granted more leeway than a soldier or citizen. You may find yourself compelled to commit morally questionable acts in the name of Kairos. If it serves the court's justice, much may be forgiven. This is really starting to feel like a Warhammer 40k game. So the rules don't apply to you as long as you're enforcing them on someone else. I want your job. If the court finds any of your actions suspect, We will summon you to answer for yourself. Your testimony will be heard, judgment rendered. You are exceedingly curious about the application of Kairos' law. I find it refreshing that you would seek my counsel, Fatebinder. Of course, Tunon. Favor 4. Hell yeah. I'm almost at favor 5. I have no more questions. You look as if you require my counsel. Of course. Aw. One more little thingy and we would have gotten tier 5 approval with him. That would have been cool. You guys got nothing new to say, I assume? Right, no. Nothing new. Heyo. No, what matter would you have us discuss? Just checking if there's anything new. Nah, looks like it's fine here. So we're done. Oh, do you want to talk? Only the slide's not in it. Are you okay in there? It should not surprise you that Archon Tunon would not unmake what was wrought by the Overlord's wrath. Well, are you okay? The Archon's decision changes nothing. I have persevered to this point. I shall continue to do so for the sake of General Ash in the north. There may be another way. Your master was very specific in his sentence. He forbade not only assistance from the Forge Bound, from anyone, anywhere in the world. No, the Archon forbade any subject of Kairos to aid you. You split hairs, Binder. The whole of the world bends to the knee of the Overlord. Perhaps some other way to free you will present itself. Your optimism does you credit, Fatebinder. Though I fear it misapplied? The Forge Bound are big fans of me. We'll see what they say. My armor is unique. Perhaps it can teach them something that will aid this favored. We can find a Forge Bound in their smithy in Lithium's Crossing. There you go. Trailing behind him, the wafting reek of a fetid privy. Wonderful. Thank you, game, for reminding me of that. Reminding me of the fact that he is, stinking.
My Lord Binder, what can I do for you? Suffice it, my armor saved me from the destruction of Stalwart.
Right.
What is it you need?
Nothing.
What?
My lord, what can I do for you?
Oh. Oh? More people? What? Are you... Blood and Mark, of course. Welcome back, kid. Amusing as it would have been to watch the edict drop, I guess I'm glad you lived. Blood and Mark, Archon of Shadows, rouses from a faraway stare, turning to face you with a wry smile. Though he stands still, he seems to sift in and out of the shadows that shroud him. Here you threw your ring in... Your rings on Graven Ash's side. Not a bad bet to pick the Archon of War. But tell me the truth. Did you go with Ash because it seemed like the right thing to do, or because supporting the voices was a worse option? What's it to you, Archon of the Elderly? Yeah, bitch, what's it to you? Oh, that hurts. Almost as much as getting your fingernails ripped out. No, wait. Sorry, not even close. Were you aiming to wound me with that? Now, I assume you're off to go meet with Ash, but first, you and I need to have a little chat. Blood and Mark. Turn away. No, I don't think we do. Turn away. Gain average favor. Gain average wrath. Broke. I think you're a little weird. Glare silently. Everyone's keeping an eye on you because you did something nobody has done before. Got a guess as to what that might be? Glares silently. What? You don't want to know what makes you so important, kid? Kairos has issued a lot of edicts over the centuries. So far as I know it, the Overlord always picks an agent to proclaim the words and complete the casting of the edict. Proclaiming an edict isn't new. Neither is surviving or resolving the commandments of an edict, but you're the first to proclaim and resolve the very same edict, and it didn't kill you. In one fell swoop, you survived your second edict, resolved the very one you had proclaimed, and woke an arcane structure that had slept for several centuries. And now I go on your short list of people who stand out as potential problems. More or less. Mostly more. Wonderful. I don't care what you do with the information, but you should know the danger you're in now that you've put yourself on the map. Sticking with the disfavored is a smart idea, kid. At least, smarter than getting mixed up with the Archon of Secrets. You'll never really be one of them, but if you value Ash's warriors, they'll serve you the best they can. Thanks for the advice. There's a reason you're gaping at me like just gutted you, kid, or do you just like standing around and staring? That bracer you're wearing is rather eye-catching. I bet you're thinking something like, it'd look even better on you, right, kid? This? He waves his left arm in the air, examining the blacker than blacker bracer. A strapping armlet that appears simultaneously solid as obsidian and diaphanous as a sigh, almost a living, pulsing thing. That'd be my Binding of Shadows, won't it? You just give it to me. Why? Try it on, find out. I like you, kid. I wouldn't steer you wrong. Okay, hand it over. With a gruff grunt and some difficulty, he ratchets the bracer off, so it is solid after all, and tosses it to you, one-handed. Careful with it, not all weapons can be double-edged swords. Sorry? Not only weapons can be double-edged swords. Oh boy. Binding of Shadows. The fuck was that? Shift into a shadow version of yourself. While in this form, deal bonus arcane damage with each attack and gain bonus damage reduction. This effect scale with the Binding of Shadows renown. This bracer, once worn by Blood and Mark, is made of an unfamiliar substance. This power draws in the substance of shadows. It allows the wearer to embody their darker self, has overtones of danger and risk. Just looking at it too closely causes your vision to swim and sends a wave of nausea rolling through your gut. I just got that for free? You just gave it to me? Okay. Artifact renown. What does that mean? Is it based on how long I'm wearing it? That's fucking cool. That's cool as fuck, boy. Oh, I put it there. Hand over quill. Okay. Cool. I am capable of putting it on and off. Okay, just checking, just in case it was stuck. I was a little worried, I'm not gonna lie. Equipped powerful artifact. Some of the deadly assassin's ability to manipulate darkness. Fucking cool. Really fucking cool. Plus 20% arcane damage on hit. I don't really deal that much arcane damage on my girly, so it's a little worried. It's a little wasted on her, but fuck it. Nice. Right. Still don't have an expression other than the first one. How about a little breathing room, kid? Sorry. Sheesh. Still can't learn these ones. That one? You already know. Oh. I don't know that one. Lore 80. I don't know. We don't have anyone with that much lore. Sucks. We'll figure it out, I'm sure. Hopefully.
I got it.
So, I talked to him. You have nothing to say. I'm wondering if Tunon will react to my conversation with him just now. You don't. Right. And you? And you? Okay, nothing. Let's go then.
I can't.
I think we're finally out of here. I think that is where I'm supposed to go, right? Oh, Jesus. Helps form the... Oh. What do we have to do now? Let's see. Find a way, Lathan's Crossing Spire. Enlist the aid of a forge bound on subject Caros's law. The graven ash of the iron hearth. Right. I should probably at least go talk to them. Let's go do that then. Let's go have a chat. Clouds hang low over the tiers, disgorging a deluge of rain, thunder shaking your bones as lightning arcs across the sky. You press on with your journey with the awareness that weather like this often complicates travel. This time, however, responsibility for the complication lies entirely with humans. The road crosses a river ahead, and someone, likely one of the tier's many warring factions, has sabotaged the crossing. The center of the bridge is entirely missing. His favorite companion rubs the back of his head. I'd suggest that I walk along the bottom, were it not for the damnable need to breed. Apologies, Fatebinder, my presence here may hinder your options. This game universe feels like it should have more titles. Oh yeah, this is way too big. This requires multiple fucking games. Christ. At the foot of the bridge, you find a set of discarded tools. They don't seem to belong to you. You don't have time to wait out of the weather. You take a plank, hammer, and nails. It won't hold up a cart, but it's enough. Okay, so we just built a fucking bridge. Fuck yeah. Let's go meet tall, iron armored lady. Tall mommy. See if she has anything nice to say to us. I am very excited to talk to her. Hello. Your librarian looks drugged or mad, maybe both. Okay, well, great. That sounds concerning.
Sorry, I can't.
Probably both, though, yeah. You're right about that. Where is she? She said she'd be here.
Can't do that.
I want to meet her. Where is she?
See
Hey,
that?
I'll grab that in a second. I have more important things to do. Like talking to my favorite character. Where is she?
Well, what do we have here?
None of you are her. Where is she? Is it because she's inside? That would make sense, to be fair. No, don't care about you. Don't care about any of you. Where the fuck is
Can't do
she?
that.
She's not here. She said she'd be here. Didn't she? Am I misremembering? I guess I'm misremembering. No. Side note, in the confrontation you witnessed between Starkans with the armed marshal near the training grounds to begin the assault. Right. Nothing. Okay. Well, I am very sad. It does not seem like she's here. I am very, very sad. But then I'm just gonna go to the other place because it's closer. Anyway, might as well. This was after I got my new... Yes. It's on the way there anyway. Might as well, I think. Jesus. That's a big ass fucking map, bro. Of course. Here we go.
Sorry, I can't. Can't do that. Can't do that.
I hope I know such thing. I demand to be let through. Oh, that's gonna be fun. Oh boy. Oh boy. None of this is good. None of this is good news. Oh boy, oh boy,
Can't
oh
do
boy.
that.
Well, I will steal from you if you guys don't mind, though. Well, even if you guys mind, I'm still stealing from you. Let's be real. Bronze Brotherhood. Welcome to the Iron Hall Trail. Fate Binder of Tunon. My name is Welby. First axe for the Bronze Brotherhood. Though I'm not sure that title matters anymore. Never mind. You needn't be burdened with my problems. Well, I appreciate you coming to me before speaking to... You will need to be careful. He has of late been acting out of sorts, and any perceived slight can become a problem for the one who offends him. Choose your words with him carefully. What can I help you with? How could talking to you offend Rashomon? You chose to speak to the first axe before speaking to the actual first brother, the bodyguard before the leader. How could this mean anything but collusion and treason? I know I speak out of turn, but I only wish to warn you. Tread lightly around Rashomon. Tell me about the Bronze Brotherhood. We're mercenaries, plain and simple. I'm not going to pretend like it's anything more. While it's true we have in recent years been a little more stationary than your typical crew, it doesn't change the fact that our services can be purchased if the price is right. We both know full well that the rings that the voices gave us were the only thing that brought our allegiance to Kairos when the Overlord turned an eye to the crossing. Even if our thanks for helping was to be thrown from our homes. That was me. Teehee. Not that I hold any ill will toward you for it. Decisions have to be made, and there's always someone who must pay the price. I just hope you realize some people don't like being asked to pay. Rashomon will try to sell you in our long and noble traditions, like we're some kind of altruistic saints who can do no wrong, but the story is as old and smelly as Grandma Beastman's tail hairs. What the fuck? Don't get me wrong, I'm not going to take a job that doesn't seem right to me. But a ring's a ring, and I will go where the money leads me. One point Rashomon and I will agree on is this. We did a job for Kairos, but we were not treated fairly. The Brotherhood is strong, and we have the numbers. We will fight to the last man. I just don't agree with Rashomon's methods. What does it mean to be First Axe? I wish I knew, Fatebinder. The First Axe protects and consults with the First Brother. I'm supposed to be Rashomon's advisor, confidant, and guard. Lately, his behavior has become erratic. He's acting paranoid, manic, and distrustful. My duty as First Axe is to protect the First Brother, but I am also sworn to protect the Brotherhood. If that means the removal of Rashomon, then so be it. He has too many supporters in Lethion's Crossing right now to speak out against him. What do you think's happened to Rashomon? Couldn't speak to the cause, the stress of leadership, the battle with Kairos' forces, his night in the old walls. Definitely the latter. When you decided to remove the Brotherhood from Crossing, it certainly set him off. Does it matter? His behavior is endangering the Brotherhood, and he must be stopped before we're destroyed. I fear people will be hurt by far more than a simple toll. How would you run the Brotherhood? I wouldn't waste time and resources on petty vendettas, that much I can tell you. I like battle, and I like rings, and with the Brotherhood, we used to get both regularly. Now all we have is fear, suspicion, and blood. I want a disciplined regiment back, and I intend to have it. While I may agree that we were treated unjustly, Raytamon's methods for obtaining restitution are despicable. Acting like a child when you don't get what you want is not the behavior of a leader. Except in this case, the child is in control of an army capable of laying waste to his home. Okay.
Sorry, I can't.
What the fuck am I dealing with? Lithine's Crossing. Small figure stands before some armor-clad motherfuckers. Absolutely not. I've come through Ironhall Trail more times than I can remember. No one ever asked for a toll before. And I won't be paying one now. Fatebinder, surely you, of all people, can help me. My name is Aster, and I must get to Lithine's Crossing. I have goods to deliver. Tell this man I will not be paying a toll to him or anyone, and he is to let me through. Greetings, Fatebinder. I'm sorry you've been drawn into this. What you've stumbled into here is merely a conflict of the changing times. I am Will of the Bronze Brotherhood. Ironhall Trail is under our protection, and anyone passing through must obey our rules. If this gentleman would like passage through our land, a simple donation is required. These funds help our cause and keep Ironhall a safe place for all travelers. Clearly, you both can see the value in that. And who exactly is keeping it safe? You standing there with your weapons at the ready against me? I'm not but a traveling merchant. I have no money to spare, and I certainly pose no threat to anyone. Keeping this area safe indeed, he points at Will. You are the only threat here. Fatebinder, please, talk some sense into this man. I'll pay it for now. For now. But of course, through merchant, do be sure to have more rings on of your own for your trip back. I doubt your friend here will be around to pay your way through these lands twice. Yeah, I only did this once so he could get out of here, because now we're gonna have a chat. So, Fatebinder in our little corner of the world, who'd have ever thought this would happen? While I appreciate your help dealing with that merchant, I'm afraid I can't let you pass until you've spoken with our leader, Raytamon. Personally, I thought he was crazy saying you'd be visiting Lithine's Crossing. Looks like I owe him a few rings. Not that there's a shortage of those out here. What can this humble servant of the Brotherhood do for you, Fatebinder? And don't ask me to let you through, because that isn't happening. This ridiculous piece of mercenary offal requires a lesson in pain and obedience. Allow me to teach him. I can handle this myself. I can put you back to where you came if you need an idea of where to go, because I can't let you through. Who is Raytamon? Now that's a question with 100 answers. Simple one, he's the current leader of the Bronze Brotherhood. If you want to know anything more, I suggest you go talk to him. Current leader? It's not like the leader of the Brotherhood is a lifelong calling. Actually, that's exactly what it is. See, if someone wants to claim the current leader as authority for their own, they can do it at any time. Of course, that means a challenge of some sort, and that always ends with the death of one or more of the participants. Raytamon survived a night in the old walls. That was enough to prove to most of the Brotherhood that he was the right man for the job. Where can I find Raytamon? He's right there, inspecting the corpses of some Kairos' soldiers. He's bound to be in a good mood right now. All those dead bodies must be heaven for him. Please don't tell him I said that. I'll consider it. I am probably going to tell him he said that. I am absolutely about to rat this man out. It'll get him out of the way anyway, which... more money for me. Oh, fuck, he's coming. I was kind of hoping I could save in between these conversations. Ugh. While you're talking to Will, a motherfucker shows up. He watches you intently. Look of disdain. He's pissy at me. And here's the Fatebinder. He doesn't mask the displeasure in his voice. I knew we'd see you. I was just wondering when. One trip to Lithine's Crossing wasn't enough, Governor. He doesn't even mask the contempt in his voice. You had to return where no one asked you to come. Throwing me out of my home wasn't sufficient. Are you here to disrupt my life some more? He looks at his men, who stopped to watch the conversation. You aren't done. He flicks his hand at them, and they return to their searching. It doesn't really matter why you're here. I don't care. I have more important things to worry about. In case you've forgotten me already, my name is Rashomon. I'm First Brother, leader of the Bronze Brotherhood. But I'm sure you already know that. I couldn't help but see you over here, talking to Will, and that traveling merchant. Only here for a moment and already sticking your nose where it doesn't belong, aren't you? I don't appreciate others invading my territory, Fatebinder. I told her she had to speak to you, Rashomon. She wanted through, but I told her no. If you don't give me the signal, the Fatebinder isn't getting into Lathian's Crossing. No one will invade your territory. Uh-huh. He's adorable. Speaking of which, what did Welby have to say? He looks north, where Welby stands, watching you both intently. Has she already started filling your mind with lies about me? She and I are going to have a chat soon. I can't have my first axe countermanding me at every turn. I know she wants my position. Watch yourself while you're a guest in my land. If you've come to stir up more trouble, we are well equipped and will not back down in the defense of what is rightfully ours. Welby and I might not always agree, but that is one point we see eye to eye on. If you step out of line, we will both correct you. You are not welcome here. Now tell me what you want, or leave. This is gonna be a tough one. If you're looking for trouble, here it is. Just fuck them up. Why is Lathian's Crossing so important to you? We were asked to do a job and we did it. Then what happens? You throw us out. By all rights, that city is ours and suddenly Kairos wants it. Well, I intend to get it back. I refuse to let this matter die. We protected the crossing for years and even ensured Kairos' forces could do business here when Rot asked us to. No, we did the job we were asked and his lands belong to us. Tell me about Welby. I had such high hopes for her as my first axe. The continued success of the Brotherhood should be the single most important goal for anyone who is a member. She seems to have forgotten her place. She's not the head of this band. I am. If she doesn't stop overreaching, I will have to replace her with someone who knows how to obey. Tell me about the Bronze Brotherhood. We're a humble group with noble, long-held traditions on the side of right and honor. If there is an injustice that needs to be rectified, we are called. Sounds like you're upstanding citizens. Yes, we are, Fatebinder. I am glad someone finally sees us for what we are. I'm tired of people calling us mercenaries and sellswords, so we get paid for what we do. We need to live. Why are you charging travelers a toll to get through Ironhall Trail? I don't see how the affairs of the Brotherhood are your business, Fatebinder. Suffice to say, the funds we receive from our tolls help us keep the lands around Lathian's Crossing safe. We're owed our dues, and we shall have them. You say you don't do it for the money, but that's why you're fighting over Lathian's Crossing. I don't appreciate your tone of the implications of what you're saying. This is a mere matter of principle. We perform the service, and we are paid for that service. Don't try to glibly explain away a complex situation. This is our home. This is my home. I will have it, no one else. Now, if all you come here to is insult me and mine, I would suggest you leave. Such a bitch. I'm not welcoming your land. This is not your land anymore. I might not currently have control of Lathian's Crossing, but we both know possessions are fleeting. You would do well to watch your tone when speaking to a Fatebinder. I care not about Kairos' forces. I've already reaped the rewards of my loyalty, and I will not make that mistake again. You have taken my home, but I will have it back. I won't cower when you raise your voice against me, lapdog. I need to get to Lathian's Crossing. Absolutely not. You must be crazy if you think I'm letting a disfavored sympathizer through to consort with my enemies, who think who knows what plans you would make to undermine my authority. You have some nerve, Fatebinder. First you have me thrown from my home, and now you want back in so you can come up with an even worse punishment. Ah.
Will do.
Interesting. What's so important about these bodies? They're some of Kairos' army who wandered too far from the Thion's Crossing. I will sleep well when they're all dead and in the ground, the only place they're worthy to be. If they choose to break themselves up like this, it will only make it easier for us when the Brotherhood makes our claim to what is rightfully ours. How do you plan to take Thion's Crossing? Why would you ask this? As well be planning to undermine my strategy.
Can't do that. Sorry, I can't.
Okay, well, this has been delightful. My station means nothing. No. Huh.
Can't do that. Can't do that.
Why are you forcing travelers to pay a toll? It's because it's what we're due. As part of me is inclined to agree with him, but if I were pressed, I would say his pride is hurt and he's lashing out. He can be such a child sometimes. Just watch yourself around him. He hasn't seemed completely in control of his faculties lately. Did you not swear an oath to your leader, Sellsword? I knew that your loyalty was available to the highest bidder, but I never guessed it extended into treachery. Raytamon's plans can doom our entire troop, and I intend to prevent that from happening. I am loyal, not blindly devoted to someone intent on marching me off a cliff's edge. Right, I think my only option at the moment would be to kill this fucker. TLER, my dude. We're being evil today. And these guys are in the way, so we'll see how that ends. Okay, so my only option is actually to kill the fucker. Well,
can't do that.
This isn't gonna end well for him. Free loot? Oh yeah. Yeah. Wait. The fuck? I started combat with him, and the first thing he does is fuck off into the darkness? What a fucking pussy. Okay, well, you know. We need to deal with 4 of them. This is annoying.
This will be fun.
Okay, that makes it a little easier. Oh, you do have to aim at a specific person. Okay.
Are you afraid of death?
Surrounds the parties in a glow of grave light energy. While affected, the party's attacks will transfer health from enemies. Oh, that's pretty cool. Fuck.
I will aid you.
Sorry about that.
You'll have to do like
Oh, I forgot to heal her. Oops. Fucking oopsie. Fuck. I just realized what was wrong.
Leaves me bitter and
I had the
jaded.
game at full fucking Mach 10 speed. Forgot to lower that. Oopsie. Okay, let's just move here.
You cannot.
On my command!
Yeah, she's gonna die. Okay, so this is a pretty tough fight, it seems. Okay, maybe I don't fight them like that. Maybe this is a way of the game telling me that I should be going somewhere else right now and coming back later.
Yes.
Or something like that.
Can't do that.
Game doesn't let me just go. Ah, this is bullshit. This is bullshit. Right. What level are you? No idea. It's pretty pissy at me. That is a tough fight. Maybe we should go somewhere else first? Maybe. Yeah, I'm not seeing
Can't do
anything
that.
else I can do here. God damn it.
Can't do that.
Maybe I can ask the people here to help me with the situation? Maybe?
Right.
Hey guys. Do you know if you can maybe help a little? Have you seen a very nice tall armored lady? Glad to see Tunon's agent grace Iron Hearth. Ash's troop has no lack of order, but a servant of the court is always welcome. Between our missing commanders? Missing commanders? Oh no, please tell me she's not dead. Tell me about Scarlet Chorus Lieutenant. This little maggot of a Scarlet Chorus Lieutenant cornered over at Kaido Village. From what I've heard, it's the same guy who's been ransacking our caravans the past few weeks. I'll handle it. I have questions before I go. Where were you during the conquest? I've been in the tiers from top to north. Thanks, Cross. Okay, so he remembers me. Okay, tell me about your home in the north. I don't know where that is. A small hamlet far west. Today, it's nothing glorious, but I can trace 6 generations back there, so it's home. Reverend Ash gave me his favor and recruited me to join the army. My family went from respectable farmers to elite folk. How did you join this favored? Ahead of the conquest. We sent recruiters to all the outlying towns looking for worthy talent. Attorney and melee to demonstrate our local muscle. Familiar tale and one after my own heart. I had the distinction of helping you in the biggest contender. Cool. It's a good thing I succeeded. I'm more useful to Kairos on the field of battle than a field of wheat. Fair enough, sir. That this favorite soldier chuckles with disdain at the Scarlet Chorus fighter. Consider it not for a second. We pick our soldiers from elite northern families. We don't recruit from flies buzzing over a mass grave. Are the disfavored so narrow-minded? My gang's strength delivered us across half a dozen battles with a line of fallen enemies in our wake. Not many conscripts can say the same. The question is not a matter of your skill, but of your breeding, your training, your pedigree. Hail, Graven Ash, Fatebinder, if I might take a moment of your time. What do you need? This person comes representing a Scarlet Chorus gang. What did you call yourselves again? The Grinning Bleeders. We have a long and storied reputation in the Scarlet Chorus ranks. Killers of the highest order, my gang. Before I was boss here, I ran with the Broken Shits and Salty Nightmares and Trap Gang. Everyone made a name for themselves during the war. In any case, he's asking to join the Disfavored, which is out of the question. I've explained the numerous reasons why we can't allow it, but the wretch won't listen. Is that accurate? It is. We're not looking for special treatment, just a new beginning, seeing as we're healthy, fit, and combat ready. The Ironclads should have no reason to refuse us, he sniffs, especially since they're low on numbers. That may be true, but it's no excuse to pollute our respectable ranks with your company. We're more than capable. Put any weapon in our hands or send us on any suicide mission. It'll be mercy compared to what we faced under the voices of Narat. If we joined up, the Disfavored wouldn't have to compromise their staunch northern morals. We would take the bloody work off their hands. Do you want me to decide on the matter? You must know Kairos' laws back to front, and I trust you know our traditions as well. If it peels this lamprey off my backside, I'll allow it. Speaking for my gang, we'll accept your judgment. We're eager to crack some Tearsman skulls with Kairos' army again, no matter what color they wear. Okay. I'll take your testimony. Of course, I've nothing to hide. Why can't the recruit join the Disfavored? Where to start? Not only does Graven Ash handpick his Disfavored from the decorated northern stock, he takes a personal interest in our training and education. We are his sons and daughters. To accept anything less than our ranks would hold the very process in contempt. The only capacity they could serve would be manual labor, hauling wagons or digging latrines, but that's the work of slaves, and not what they've come requesting. Why this interest in the Disfavored? Better training, better quarters, iron weapons. The Disfavored have everything we wanted out of joining the military. We want to serve Kairos to the best of our abilities. Is that asking too much? Well, the Ironclad here seems to think so. Their respect for command leaves something to be desired. Why did you leave the Scarlet Chorus? Our old gang boss fell at the last Battle of Andrian as well. We saw how the Disfavored operated and realized it was a chance for a better life. A longer one, too. Desertion happens every day in the Scarlet Chorus. I can tell you that we won't be missed. Was my help worth to you? No deal. I'm ready to make my ruling, I guess. You're no longer in the military. Go live civilian lives. Keep Kairos' peace as best you can. Mercy, compassion, more than they deserve, but I'm glad to see it all the same. We've seen too much in the Scarlet Chorus to return to a normal life, but I won't deny that putting down roots is a tempting idea. In time, the Chorus may just conscript us all over again. I just pissed off the blooded Mark. God fucking damn it! Why are they so fucking weird? Fine. I'll just tell them no. Truth is, pissing off the Scarlet Chorus at this point doesn't really matter. They're already at max pissed off at me, I'm pretty sure. If I recall correctly. Don't think it
Sorry,
matters.
I can't. Can't do that.
Because obviously I'm not going to let him go in. That's not happening. Strictly speaking, I'm trying to think of the laws. I can try going with number 3, but I have a feeling I'm gonna end up having to pick number 1. But that's a waste of our talent. We could shed so much blood for the disfavored. Horrid maggot. You occupy space and eat our food. Don't presume to complain about your treatment. Fatebinder, I thank you. We could all learn from your practical, calculating approach.
Curious.
What's that? A new thingy for my healer, I think. That's what that is. Or it would be if I could actually see it. There we go. That was dumb. Least I can do just put it here. There we go. There you go. That might help a little. Was held by the hierarch of the short-lived school of the model Bark, a collection of mages who turned their backs on civilization, to the isolation of remote forests. Lovely. I'm sure he'll enjoy it. There we go. Hopefully that does something for him. Right. Well, we'll see. The recovery is a lot faster with this one, though. I think I'll keep it on him. There is a kitten in my room, and she is meowing. Stuff some barrels full of prisoners and roll them down the mountainside. A dozen fewer mouths to feed. Christ on a fucking bike. What is wrong with you people? Oh, a dog! The dog looks up at you and whimpers. Aww. Why can't I have the puppy?
Sorry, I can't.
Well, I know you can't, but why?
Huh.
New potions isn't keeping up with demand. Many of these bottles remain empty. You must be the Fatebinder of Tunon. Welcome to Iron Hearth. I'm sure the Graven Ash appreciates any help you can offer. Circumstances have a way of coming together so that the disfavored are always stretched thinner than we would like. What can I do for you? Why are you overworked? We're trying to shoulder the brunt of the civil war without the strength of numbers. The Scarlet Chorus can throw 1,000 disposable bodies at an issue without a second thought, but we are forced to be a little more discriminating. We might be trained to deal with the stress of combat and all-night drills, but we're fatigued even by the high standards we set for ourselves. Not that I need to burden an agent of the court with my misgivings. Once the war is over and the tears are properly subdued, my hope is that Kairos dispatches some relief troops to support the occupation. We all deserve a season of rest. Court is always receptive to the needs of soldiers. Your point is noted. That's That's very generous of you to say, Fatebinder. I'm grateful to know that someone is listening. Where were you during the quest? Oh my god. Where were you during the quest? Eris, please. Oh my god. Bless her. After the Edict of Storms hit, I spent some time among the ruins of Stalwart, digging out survivors from the Legion. I'm afraid I didn't find much. You must have moved on by then, or else we would have assembled a team to excavate you. Oh, she glances at Barrack. My prison moved with me. There was no reason to tarry. I still think about the brothers and sisters we left behind. Sometimes I can imagine that I hear their voices carry on wind. Well, that's very sad, ma'am. Presence is welcome as always. It's spirit of hunt enough to accomplish that we need all hands on deck. What can I do for you? Isn't she lovely?
Can't do that. Sorry, I can't.
Hello. Even though you're not a fully fledged disfavored recruit, I've been authorized to grant you purchasing rights from our store, within certain limits, of course. Would you like to see what we have to offer? What limits are those? Nothing personal, I assure you. Graven Ash wants us to control our supplies without restricting access to his army's supporters like yourself. The finest arms and freshest provisions are reserved for the soldiers under his direct command. I'm sure you understand. The Archon takes our protection very seriously. Understood. Let's see what you can offer me. Well, hello. Actual light armor. Holy shit. Cool. I'll consider it. Oh, a fucking sigil. Okay, we need that. We need to sell stuff. We need to figure out how to sell stuff. Do I have enough? No. Okay, we need. I'm sure there's enough. There's something in here I can sell. I'm sure. I already know the sigil, so I can sell it. I could have already learned that one, but I'm a goofball. Well, fuck. Interesting. Anyway, we should probably sell some of this shit. Bronze bulwark. Rogue's leathers. Quality. It's Vandrian Guard, so I'm just gonna sell it on the basis of, you know, it's my enemy's armor with their colors and everything, so you know. I'd rather not have it. Now I should have enough to buy this thing. Nice. Thank you, sir. You have given me something very useful. That's too high for me, but that one isn't. Which one of you motherfuckers level up? It was him, of course. Of course it was him. Control life. 27 ranks. Vitality times 1.5 and wits. Should probably at least give him a little bit of vitality for fuck's sake. This doesn't matter. Oh, there's the sigil of stone. Ooh. Do I have anything? No. Why is there... Oh. Recovery sigil. Oh, it makes the cooldown shorter. Nice. Completely useless for this particular one, but very useful for his healing magic. Abso-fucking-lutely. Oh, now I understand what these items were for. We didn't have them before. Okay. So I should probably make some money so I can buy that stuff. What else can I sell this motherfucker? What was these ones? Bronze daggers. None of us use daggers. The bitch that uses daggers is back home. We don't care. Yeah, no, just trade that. Anything else I want to sell? Probably plenty, actually. Okay, I will finally bother to actually give my character proper armor instead of fucking around. Let's see. It's heavy armor. Don't care. Heavy armor, don't care. Light armor, care. Light armor. Light armor, but it's cloth, so probably not, but we'll see. Light armor. Light armor. From half to critical last, Sterling. I do not recognize that quote, my dude. Light armor. Light armor. Light armor. Light armor. Light armor. And light armor. Which means these ones can be sold. Since we don't use heavy armor, and the other guy is stuck with his armor, so I can't really give him heavy armor anyway. Doesn't matter. So I just sell this one. Yeah, definitely. Okay, let's see. Well, what I'm currently wearing is very fancy. It's from a spy western animation raunchy comedy TV show. Oh, I think I know what it might be from, but I nonetheless do not recognize the thing. Should probably put this on. Okay. Rogue's leathers. Cool. Alas, I'm not going to replace such a fancy thing. Well, I guess I should, actually. This is better given to our other girl. We'll see when we get there. Light leather boots. Same as we're wearing. Nah. Nah. That'd be better. Please hide that helmet. It's atrocious, ma'am. Holy shit. Nope. Nope. What about these ones? Oh, she doesn't have anything on her head. Fair. Do I have anything else? Oh, Jesus. This one gives more accuracy. And what about this one? Nope. This one? Worse recovery, which is not good for a spellcaster. So no. I think I'm already wearing everything, right? Right, I think so. Scholar's robes. He looks hilarious now. Oh no, he looks awful. Oh, bless him. Fucking bless him. Light leather gauntlets. Affects his recovery, so no. Recovery, same problem. Wait, no, this is fine. So that's ceremonial, 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 ceremonial. That's my stuff. That's okay. And this is fancy, so we keep it. Heavy cloth. Oh, we might give him this. Should probably give this to her. No, we need him alive because he's the healer. Let him keep his boots. Fuck's sake. Leather, so it's not gonna work for them. Leather, it's not gonna work for them. And this is just objectively worse than what we have. Is this the same that he already has? Yep. Pretty much. Okay, we can sell the rest. And I'm only keeping these ones because they're unique items that I have that are named after the character. So we'll keep that. Okay, we can sell everything else. Sir, I would like to sell you a fuckload of shit. If you don't mind. And even if you do, I'll still sell it. Get fucked. Thank you, sir. I will now proceed to use all of my money to upgrade my new piece of real estate that I have purchased recently. Very legitimately, I assure you. Oh. I can't hire any more recruits. What do you mean I can't hire any more recruits? Nonsense. And why would that be? Regularly produces weapons. Subterfuge. Unique items for trade. That sounds cool. I'll hire him. There you go. Nice. Okay, I've used my money. Don't think I have anything else to use it on at the moment. Right. Right. A puppy. Wags its tail. Aww, puppy. Puppy. Now I'm supposed to go into the middle. Actually, before talking to Graven Ash,
Can't do that.
it probably makes sense that I do the other quest that helps his people. Because then
Sorry,
he'll
I
probably
can't.
be happier with me. All known Scarlet Chorus outposts and strongholds, as well as troop with compositions, it's safe to assume that Graven Ash has his own eyes and ears within the ranks of the enemy. Motherfucker. Of course he does. Before he escapes. Uh-oh. 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 It sounds like it might be mildly urgent. Let's see if we can get there. Yes, Eris? Yeah? She is meowing at me. I think it's probably time I give her dinner. Oh yeah, it's past midnight. It's definitely time I give her dinner. I will come back tomorrow. And we can continue this, but I'll go give dinner to the little goofball. Yeah, you win. Stop meowing. See you guys.